We'll bring the committee to order. Under approval of the agenda, are there any changes? Seeing none, can I have somebody move approval of the agenda? Councillor Willen, thank you. All in favor? That carries. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk. There's nothing in consent. Anybody want to put anything in consent? No? Okay, we'll just continue on then. We'll go right straight down to 7.1. I understand Victoria and Chuck may want to come up and say a few words about this report. I will remind committee we do have an in-camera session on this later on. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Victoria Mountain, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to consider the report before you today regarding the city's arts and culture panel. I'm pleased to be joined today by Mr. Charles Scott, our excellent panel chair, who will also be saying a few words, and the members of our staff team who are helping to make this project possible. So as you may recall, on September 30th, 2015, Council resolved to establish an ad hoc arts and culture panel to provide recommendations for the development of the city's forthcoming arts and culture strategy. The panel was established in response to the 2015 closure of the Brampton Arts Council and the need to engage the community in the city's go-forward plan for arts and culture. At that time, Mr. Scott was appointed as the volunteer leader of the panel based on his experience as an award-winning arts professional and community leader in Brampton. Council also directed staff to report back with a recommended governance structure, terms of reference, and any required budget for the panel. So over the past few months, staff has worked closely with Mr. Scott on an approach to fulfill Council's direction, which we're pleased to present you with today. In terms of governance, it is recommended that the panel report to the Community and Public Services Committee and onward by way of minutes to City Council. The proposed mandate for the panel is to provide Council with recommendations on key areas of focus for the arts and culture strategy. The panel will develop a work plan to achieve this objective, which will include the solicitation of wider engagement from the public and all members of Council. The panel's deliverable will be a report containing recommended key areas of focus for the arts and culture strategy for Council's consideration and approval. Upon completion of this deliverable, the panel will consider its mandate fulfilled and disband. The panel's work will be supported by City staff from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, the Recreation and Culture Division, the Economic Development Division, and other municipal resources as required for the administration and operation of the panel, as well as for the provision of information and expertise as needed in the development of the panel's recommendations, which includes communication and community engagement. It's proposed that the panel be comprised of 5 council members and 19 volunteer members from across the city's diverse arts and culture, business, and education communities. Members were identified based on demographics and cultural industry categorizations to ensure that a fair process and representation of interests was achieved. The panel will include the following members of Council: Regional Councillors Grant Gibson, Elaine Moore, Gail Miles, and City Councillors Jeff Bowman and Doug Willens. And as previously mentioned, all members of Council will be given the opportunity to participate through the panel's broader engagement process. We also have a list of proposed community volunteer members, and this is contained in a companion report to this one, which will be considered later by this committee in closed session. So pending Council's approval of the panel's proposed parameters, the first order of business will be for the panel to develop their work plan. It's anticipated that the panel will report to Council in Q2 with a recommended work plan, community engagement strategy, and budgetary considerations. It's also important to note that this panel initiative supports the City's 2016 to 2018 strategic plan in the priority area of strong communities, specifically the goal of celebrating citizens and creating partnerships through arts, culture, and social interaction. So to conclude, it's recommended that Council approve the proposed governance structure and terms of reference for the panel so that it may begin meeting and report back with a work plan. On that note, I'll pass it over to Mr. Scott for a few words, and following that, we'll be happy to answer any questions or receive any comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Good morning. As you all know, I've met with each one of you independently as well as with the mayor, and we've compiled a list of all of the desires and wishes and ideas that you had to take this project forward. We've also been meeting with people within the community in terms of arts groups, arts audience people, I've been looking and talking to people outside of Brampton at looking for best practices. So what we'll want to do as a panel is look at the best practices of other cities and then decide with you what's the best practice for Brampton. The group we've chosen represents the full gamut of our community: ethnic, race, age, different groups in arts, from performance, theater, dance, the film business, people from education, people from just the general audience. It's a great group of people, and we expect that we'll come up with a great strategy and report for you at the end of the process. Thanks very much.
Great. The first time I've heard you be called Charles.
It happens from time to time.
Okay.
Usually it's by a policeman.
Thank you. I have two speakers. Councilor Medeiros.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Victoria, how were council members selected?
Council members were selected based on those who had put forward interest during the development of the previous motion that was approved.
Because if I do recall, I met with Chuck Scott, and originally Councillor Moore and myself were, I guess, the first councillors interested in pushing this forth. And I say this respectfully too to my council colleagues. This is not so reflective. If you look at the city, if you're trying to get the panel reflective of the city, and coming from notwithstanding myself, but it really doesn't represent the diversity of council. I think I'd expressed interest to join at the time. Be it myself or be it someone else, I think should be from a council representative. So I just don't know if that screws the numbers now. And how it was admitted, I'm not sure as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do intend, of course, to engage with all members of council through the broader engagement process. However, if it is the wish of this committee, the proposed council membership could be adjusted.
I don't think there's any reason why any other member of council couldn't be on this.
But
This was through the resolution initially, the first chair of council, those who volunteered.
But I had to
If you were
volunteer.
deleted, then we'd have to talk to the clerk about that. But
I guess if we can go refer back to the minutes.
is there any reason why we can't put Councilor Medeiros on now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe at that point it becomes each meeting would become a public meeting, and that is something we can certainly move in that direction again, if that is the will of the
We
committee.
ask the clerk, can we amend that now, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, just for some context as well, the original motion that carried back in September through the Community and Public Services Committee did have a whereas statement which included, whereas the following members of City Council have volunteered to serve on an Arts and Culture panel: Regional Councillor Moore, Regional Councillor Gibson, Regional Councillor Miles, Regional City Councillor Bowman, and City Councillor Willens. So I think it was based on that whereas, for which the composition of 5 was included in the terms of reference in the present reports that's here. 5 members of council on a committee is not a quorum in terms of council. So it can function, as the terms of reference are proposing in this report, as a panel that is not subject to being supported by the city clerk's office with formal agendas, minutes, things like that. The panel will still prepare minutes that will come through the Community and Public Services Committee meeting, but it will function more akin to the University Blue Ribbon panel. If council wants to change the composition and have more members of council such that there's a quorum of council on this panel, then my recommendation would be it needs to be a proper committee of council and formally supported by the clerk's office with minutes, public notice, and agendas. That's my recommendation.
Well, then I think that nothing stops me just to participate voluntarily. I wouldn't want to, I guess, get into the rules of quorum, but I am disappointed that, I wasn't included. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Moore?
We have a number of other items on the agenda today, and we have an in-camera that's related to this. And it's the only item on our in-camera agenda. Is it possible, from a procedural perspective, for us to approve the in-camera
I was
recommendations?
going to ask at the end of the meeting whether we needed to go in camera or not in this. Maybe can I ask that now? I guess we could. Is there any need to go in camera on the, Councilor Miles is here, where's she on the items that's in camera? If there's not, we can approve those items and announce them now.
Then I'd be happy to put forward those if we can vote on it.
Is there a will to go in camera? Does anybody feel they need to go in camera The only item is the representation from the public. No? Okay, maybe I should have a movement that we not go in camera. Okay, Councillor Moore, all in favor? That carries. Councillor Moore, would you like to put those, correct me if I'm wrong, ask Councillor Moore, put those, the recommendation to approve those people on now, and then we can announce them now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, along with the staff recommendations, if that's the intent of the councillor, and then when it's time to vote, we can put that motion up on the screen so we can see the public, the names.
Councillor Moore, would you like to move that?
I'm happy to do that, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, we will bring that, sorry, once I get through. Councillor Pelleshi?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in listening to Councillor Medeiros, I don't see an issue with I feel that arts and culture is so important to the city of Brampton. It's something that we've lacked behind a little bit, and I'm so excited with the new people that have come on. I'd be 100% in favor of appointing Councillor Medeiros, adding him onto the list, and making this reining it in and bringing it under the clerk's office. And I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. So I'll move that Councillor Medeiros be added, and we start having this as a committee and recording and providing all the necessary information by way of the clerk's office.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, what's the process to do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a proper motion. I guess the question would be similar to a nomination. Does the councillor accept, or does the councillor wish to participate by other means, as has been explained in terms of the given the nature of the committee, that meetings will be open to all members to participate in, but there are five members appointed.
I think Councillor Peleshi's intention, and I just wanted, from the city's clerk's perspective, I want to create more work ongoing. But if it's something that's not going to impose, won't create more work, or in terms of procedural rules, I just don't want to complicate where then after, in terms of quorum and all this, all the other implications. So, I don't know, from the city clerk's perspective, what do you think that would create more issues after?
From the clerk's perspective, my recommendation is if any committee is established that has a quorum of all of council on it, i.e. 6 members, then you, in my view, fall under the intent and principles of the Municipal Act in terms of there needs to be proper meetings with public notice, and as there would be in any case with the panel, but the flexibility that a panel has to operate on more shorter notice, changing meetings, venues, agendas, minutes, that flexibility would be gone because we would follow our proper process for a proper formal committee of council.
What I will do then respectfully, then I'll just stay again and I'll alternate if I know councillors don't show up, and it'll be a friendly opportunity, and I'll just voluntarily show up when there's opportunities. So that's fine. I'll keep it like that. Thank you, but Councillor Pelleshi, for your intention.
Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just in keeping with the discussion, I think the arts and culture in the city is critical to the entire city. I would love to see everybody on it, but in lieu of setting up a whole committee, perhaps when the first committee meets, there's opportunities to set up a couple of subcommittees where all the other councillors can serve on the subcommittees as well. That way we keep council completely involved with everything that goes on. Just a suggestion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's something we can certainly work with moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the staff recommendation and the in-camera proposed membership. Now, if I correct me if I'm wrong, we would not be able to make that announcement today. We'd have to go to council, wouldn't we?
Mr. Chair, the names, the motion is moved by Councillor Moore because we're not going in closed, is to put these names forward today. They'd just be ratified by council next week.
So they can go open?
Yes.
Okay, good. So everybody okay with that? It's moved by Councillor Moore, and once that's approved, then I'll have the clerk read out the names or put the names on the board. Or they're already done, we haven't approved them, but they're done, okay. All in favor quickly? That carries. There's the names now we just approved through Committee of Council for the selection. And thank you to Mr. Scott and Victoria for the hard work you guys have done on all that. Ms. Bowman, were you still on there, or is that from the last time?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think we moved it, everything's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to rush at the end, but when I saw the names, I figured we better approve them.
first.
Okay, the next report is 8.1, which is a report from Elaine Norman, Manager Emergency Management Office. Are there any questions or comments on this report? Is there a recommendation in it? Have somebody move that? Councilor Roderos? All in favor? All in favor, hands, please. That carries. Okay. The next item is the minutes of the Brampton Sports Hall of Fame. Would one of the committee members like to move those? Councilor Bowman, all in favor? That carries. It's a receipt. And the last item is 12.1, report from Brian Rutherford on the request for budget amendment to begin procurement and the feasibility analysis related to potential acquisition of Brampton Powerade Center. Any questions or comments on that? Councilor Bovieri?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to staff. Has Stun done any preliminary investigation, I guess you could call it, whether the Powerade is a willing seller, or have we talked to them first to see whether they're interested in selling, or not? They may say we're not interested. So if they're not interested, I question why we would move ahead and spend this kind of money to do this feasibility study. So have we done some preliminary work on this?
Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Several weeks ago, staff did have a conversation with representatives from that company, and certainly there is an openness and a willingness to have a dialogue. And we didn't go away from that conversation thinking that there was nowhere to explore. In fact, quite the opposite. So there's an opportunity for us to engage them and discuss further. So this initiative would not be done with an otherwise known outcome. So there's a desire to have a discussion, certainly.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I hope will come out of this process is for the consultant to look at how well used the Powerade is, if it's fully used to capacity, or whether it's only 80% used, or whatever the number is, to give us an indication whether there's room for that. Should a deal be structured to see whether there's opportunities to have the facility used 100% of the time, or maximize its use, so that we can generate more revenue from the facility if the city decides to, if council decides to purchase it. So I think we should have that kind of an idea of what, if the Powerade Center is doing a great job and they're fully utilizing the facility. Although I think that the Beast is a primary tenant there, and should they for some reason not successfully do what they're intending to do in the next 3 years, and they move on somewhere else, and then we're left with a building that without a major tenant, and then that may even create even more problems for the city. So, all these variables, I think council needs to have some information on to make a good decision.
Through you, Mr. Chair, indeed, Councillor, that is part of the business case analysis. There are two steps to the first leg of the journey here. One is the valuation, the other is the business case analysis. And the business case analysis very much looks at the what if, what do we do, under different opportunities to operate it if the city were the owner, or indeed to look at its potential under any mode of operation. So that will be part of the analysis.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Palashi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the last time this came to council, we asked for a letter of intent to go to the Powerade Center. Was that letter of intent sent? And if it was sent, was there correspondence between, was there any written correspondence back from the Powerade? Or ProStar?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a request to PA Sports to write back, and they did. And they indicated their willingness to entertain the proposal, as Chief Simmons indicated. And they also indicated that they would cooperate in, site visits and that kind of work required to do the valuation and the business case analysis.
Okay, and could we just get maybe a copy of that?
Sure.
The correspondence? Also, I'm not sure what I look at the dollar figure attached to the 152,000 to see if we want to work this through, and I don't know if I can support these dollar figures when I don't feel like we've done enough yet to make our decision whether we want to pursue this or not. Is the next step not to ask them then for the financials so we can sit down and have a look at them?
I think essentially the work that we outlined in the diligence work, Councillor, is to address what is essentially the need for a fair market value, understanding of the value of the property is, which is a little bit complicated because it's a ground lease. So there will be some need for that sooner or later in the process. We were trying to expedite the ability for us to, build a proposal and to report to council on what the valuation analysis and findings would be. So we need to do that. Certainly, there is an ability on an ongoing basis to discuss with Powerade and to procure from them relevant information that's going to help in this diligence work. So
I don't feel the need that we need to rush or expedite anything. I think we need to take our time and look carefully at whether we want to do this or not. And some of the things in here, I'm not sure why we would need external real estate valuation. And some of the things like an assessment, revenue costs of operations, sports and entertainment complex, potential revenue sources, including programming revenues and associated outlays. Like, we're kind of in the business. We own rec centers, so I think you punt that over to Parks and Recreation, and I think they'd be able to help in that. I'm just not convinced, and I don't think I can support these dollar figures for external anything.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, some of the valuation work that has to be done as part of the initial due diligence is pretty complex, as Brian indicated. Because it's a lease and because there is a prescribed reversionary interest to the city, the valuation expert or the appraiser has to look at things like the lease fee interest, do discounted cash flow calculations, reversionary value calculations. It does get very complex. So I would suggest the dollar values that are being quoted here are not out of range for the type of work that has to be considered.
Julian, I just think that this is premature. We don't even have anything in front of us. It's the start of purchasing a company like this or an asset or a building is just ask them for their financials, and let's sit down and look at those first, and then determine what's beyond our means. We don't even have anything in front of us.
I mean, certainly it would help us. It would help the staff team and any consultants we bring on to have this authority and have this budget approval ahead of time, so we don't have to return to council. This approval would set us up for, the procurement processes that we have to follow to bring these people on board. So if it's committee's desire to do this in more incremental steps, we could, but it does, or could possibly add to the time frame for the analysis. Certainly a budget approval now, approval to move forward with procurement sets us up better to meet the timelines.
Sorry, and refresh my memory about the timelines?
Well, I think we wanted to come back and report to council in September and wanted to have, you know, a pretty good body of work accomplished by that time. I would suggest that, you know, not getting the budget, full budget approval and procurement approval potentially pushes out that timeline.
And then I asked a question for members of council, is that a bad thing, that we move that time? Do we have to have it by September? Thank you.
Councillor Dillon?
Thank you. Is this whole process, has this been initiated based upon the condition that the Beast gave the city, that as one of the conditions for them staying would be that we buy the Powerade Center or take control of it? Is this why this whole process is being initiated, or was there a previous plan to do so?
Through Mr. Chairman, I'll take a run at this. For all intents and purposes, the direction of council was directing staff to take a look at early acquisition of the Powerade Center. The fact that the Beast had indicated a desire for that to be part of this discussion, I think, is coincidental. So what we're undertaking is a project to come back to council with some information that would help inform a decision as to whether or not that early acquisition would be a prudent action of this council. But to think that we're going into it because the Beast had wanted it, I think that's not our intention. That's not what why we're looking at it. It's because council has expressed an interest to see what the implications are around early acquisition.
But are we on schedule with what we were doing in terms of looking into purchasing it, even without the Beast, so the Beast had no influence on it?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this was never on staff's radar, really, to look at an early acquisition. There was a timeline, I think, 20, 30, 35, 38, something in that range, whenever it was. And that's when the Powerade Center would become the city's asset. However, as I mentioned, council has indicated an interest in knowing what that would mean were we to bring it back early. And that's what this undertaking is essentially about.
So the Beast had, this is on the topic of Powerade as well, a few conditions. One was giving them $1.5 million, the naming rights, and buying Powerade as some of the stipulations, I guess, in them staying. And as Councillor Spolveri said, it'd be a shame to see them leave in 2 years, for example, being the only tenant. So it kind of almost seems like we're in a bind because we've already given them $1.5 million, and the two other conditions that they have are not for sure. For example, the naming rights and the Powerade. So, $152,000 is a lot of money, and if this is influenced by the Beast, I don't think it's the correct path that we should take, because there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of taxpayer money that we're putting towards something that's not for sure. And in the end, let's say we do get Powerade Center, them staying is not for sure as well, because the other conditions are not in our hands as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman?
Very much, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with the last couple of speakers. $152,000 is a lot of money to look at whether we want to purchase something or not. I agree there are a lot of steps that should be taken before we commit this amount of money. But as I recall, the discussion about early acquisition of the Powerade came up in the last budget when we were looking at what was allocated for expenses that we had to pick up, new compressor, things like that with the Powerade. So the discussion was brought up previously. So to me, this has nothing to do with the Brampton Beast, whether they stay, whether they go. This was whether a discussion based on whether we wanted to keep flowing money into something that we didn't own on the assumption that we're going to take it over in 2034 for nothing anyways. So 152 grand, I can't support $152,000 at this time to look at this. I mean, I asked originally whether, preliminary discussions, I don't know how much money it takes. I believe we have people on staff who are able to look at what the financial situation of the Powerade is now, what the value of the Powerade Center is now in terms of real estate property, and what future use. Parks and Recreation can certainly look at, what is the potential if the city owned it in terms of revenue generation. I can't see that costing a whole lot of money before we begin any further discussions on it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. I think we potentially have the expertise in-house to do some of this work, but some of it I would suggest is very specialized, particularly in the area of complex real estate valuation and business case valuation. So, we can look to see what might be done in-house, but if this is a precursor to negotiations that may take place at some time, you will want to have that third-party expertise going into those negotiations. It's fine for staff to put forward their expert opinions, but I would suggest that going into a complex set of negotiations, you want third-party validation.
Yep. Councillor Miles?
Thanks. Sorry, I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts here. So, I'm going to move the staff recommendation. We have $20 million into the Powerade Center today. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And the capital costs, the capital improvements that they come to us every year will far exceed the amount it's going to cost to do this work. There's nothing simple about our deal with the Powerade Center. Nothing. And the best minds in this city has been grappling with this from day one for the 20 years. So we have the potential. We have 110 acres of land over there that are underutilized. We have a building that we have invested and continue to invest millions of dollars in that is underprogrammed. And we have an ownership agreement with owners who are happy to just ride the tide because they're not losing anything, because the city of Brampton is ensuring that any losses that they have are covered, and they have a management agreement which is paying them some money. And that's what we've been dealing with for a long time. This council are the ones that put the motion on the floor to ask staff to look at the Powerade Center. Council is constantly telling staff that they're not moving quick enough on the regular responsibilities that they have. The one example that I remember where we went and got some outside expertise, and I'm so glad we did, was when we were deciding whether or not to purchase the hydro company. And the mayor at that time was on that, and I think Councillor Gibson, you were on that committee too.
No, I was on afterwards. The mayor was, I replaced the mayor when she left.
Okay. And it took a lot of due diligence and a lot of expertise from outside council to bring us to the point where we were able to make probably one of the best financial decisions that this municipality has ever made. And we couldn't have done it on our own. And I know when we renewed the agreement with the Powerade, we should have probably got outside expertise at that time, and we didn't do it. So it's not just about getting the value of the building. It's really at looking at the whole acquisition and what programming can we do? Is there a financial gain to the municipality if we're able to program that site? It's about looking, like the land originally, in the second phase of the Powerade Center, there was supposed to be a 6,000-seat ballpark. There was supposed to be a basketball center, a water park, a 9-hole golf course, a tennis center, rock climbing, inline skating rinks, a hotel, and retail. So this piece of property has so much potential for the municipality that we need to take a look at. This could be a very, very key, important asset to the city if we get the right advice. And that's what I want. I want to know before we make the decision that we've got all of the information before us so that we do the right thing, because we really haven't, we didn't make the right decision and we didn't have the right agreement, in my mind, from day one. And when we renewed the lease, I know there were members of council at that time that were saying it's time that we purchase this property, and we didn't. And so we got into another agreement that we're into now that is costing us. And unless we continue to invest in this property, then our investment is going to continue to diminish. Devalue is the word. So let's please give the staff the tools. They have the expertise to ensure that we get all of the right information that we need to take a good look at this property so council can do the right thing. And I have all the confidence in the world with the individuals, with the professionals that we have. But this is going to take a lot of time and dedication to look at the broader picture, see what that particular site is capable of, how it can perform, what are different sources of revenue, whether we want to expand it to include some of the other multi-sports activities. Wouldn't it be amazing to have this? I think it would be phenomenal to have a sports center right off the 410, owned by the municipality, that has all of these different functions. It's an economic development. It would be good for economic development, it would be good for tourism, and it would be good for the residents in the municipality who live here. So I don't believe that our staff are going to overspend. They're going to go out and they're going to get the kind of information that they need. So let's give them the tools to do it, and let's trust that they're going to go and get the expert advice, and they're going to come back and they're going to lay it out for us so that we make the right decision for our constituents. Because right now, as I said, the lease is costing us probably more than that annually. I don't know the exact cost annually, but I know that we're in for any deficit that occurs. So in my mind, this has nothing to do with the beast. This has everything to do with a sports and entertainment complex that we've already invested $20 million, and we're on the hook for lots more in the future. So thank you.
Councillor Moore?
So I'm moving it.
Okay. Councillor Moore?
Oh, thank you. It's interesting. This council has sat through 2 budgets, and through both those budget cycles, we've talked about the Powerade Center. And when I started, was first elected, and our first budget was the 2001 budget, we were talking about the Powerade Center. And that was practically a brand new arrangement or agreement over a 35-year deal. So it was in its infancy back then, and even the council that was elected in 2000 recognized that it may not have been the best deal for taxpayers. And we have talked about the Powerade Center every single year during budget during my 15 years on council. So this is not a new conversation. It may be new or may not have been on the radar screen for administration to to look at, acquiring this, but it's certainly been the subject of a lot of political discussion. For a structure and a building that's not under our care and custody, we do an awful lot of talking about it. and we spend a lot of money on it, as well as Councillor Miles has said. I do think $152,000 is a lot of money. And I do think that staff have heard us and that they should be doing as much internal work as we can. And I think the work is there. And probably at your fingertips. If you look at, we renegotiated the financial arrangement that the Powerade had and the role that the municipality played in that back about 2007, I think, or maybe a little bit later. And so there was a pretty clear picture of what the financial landscape was for the municipality and for the Powerade Centre back then. So, and every year they come forward, there's something in our budget where we want to do some capital, or there's a request for some capital improvements there. I would hope that we're not approving those with blinders on, that we validate that they are legitimate capital expenditures and so on. And I see you shaking your head, and I have no doubt that you would allow something to come forward unless they were legitimate. So I think that we've kept a pretty close eye on the structural integrity of the building. We know from history and experience, our staff do, the life cycle of some of the major components of that building, and we can do some predictive work around that. But really, the value of this building and of this property is really what the value we place on it as a municipality if we bring it into our inventory. What are the opportunities for programming? What are the opportunities for further development of the property to serve the taxpayers of Brampton? What are the opportunities to build sponsorships and partnerships and whatnot within our broader corporate sector? I think that's what this really is, a decision that we need to make. Either we see a value bringing it internally, and I have to assume that, given that we spend so much time talking about it, that we think there is. At the end of the day, there is a financial exercise that takes place that certainly we don't want an albatross in our inventory. But I think that the programming piece and the potential for that piece during that financial exercise will very clearly demonstrate that there are opportunities to enhance, to expand, and to provide the residents of Brampton the full benefit of property that we own, but we don't have really control over to the degree that we would like to see. So I'm going to support the report, but I do think that staff need to listen to the cautions and advice around the table about what do we. I know we cross all our T's and dot all our I's, and that's an important thing to do when you're in the public sector, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a value to the taxpayer exercise. So thank you.
Councillor Deros?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Rutherford, how long or how relevant does a feasibility analysis like this stay? And where I'm going with is, similar to what Councillor Moore was saying, I'm not, I have a pretty good grasp of numbers, and my grasp of numbers tells me that regardless of what comes back, the price tag is going to be very costly. And in this council, I can't see us making a decision unless, we're really going to make some tough decisions in buying the Powerade Centre. So if we do the feasibility study, is this something that in 3 years the new council comes on term that they can refer to as sort of a roadmap going forth in terms of purchasing it?
We'll perhaps speak first to the business case analysis through you, Mr. Chair. The intent of that is to really take what we'll call a predictive look to the best ability one can. There are a lot of market conditions with this type of facility.
Sure.
I think historically the Powerade Centre, the arena component, has been viewed as something different than a municipal facility by virtue of the 5,000 seat, the types of opportunities that come there with major tenants and with major shows and that kind of stuff. So in an exercise like this, what you really do is go out and take a look at what's the market potential, what's going to change in the environment, what is the relationship, say, between a venue like this in this part of the GTA. Other things that are happening, Woodbine, for example, has been talked about. There are other venues that are in the similar seat range right now, and there are other ones planned. So the best you can do in an exercise like this to make a prudent decision is to list those things and see how's that going to impact potential use of the Powerade Center for the next 5-10 years. So the lifespan of these things really is dependent on the environment, and it is dependent on the ability to understand where the, shall we say, the special features of a facility like this are going to perform. Certainly in terms of a lot of the bedrock aspects of the facility, there are the 3 community rinks. They do quite well. That is one aspect of this facility that I think has proven different than some of the other venues. It is important to the revenue. That does provide an important aspect of the overall financial picture. So there are some things in there that are probably known and stable, but there are some unknown things that need to be looked at, and that's sometimes where you get the best value out of looking at someone who really understands that type of venue. It's not dissimilar to what happened in St. Catharines or other municipalities the past few years that went out and did this kind of diligence before they undertook an OHL arena or not.
Yeah, I guess through Mr. Chair, I guess where I'm trying to get at is in terms of, so understanding your answer, the market conditions, so it is a timely exercise, meaning that it will be reflective in which the time we're reviewing this. So for example, in 2 years, market conditions can be completely different. Things could be changed. So this feasibility study that we may be, because the point I'm trying to get at is the feasibility study is only, I think, relevant. I'm willing to spend the money if we're willing to buy the Powerade. And I don't see that from a budgetary exercise, because I can tell you from the last budgetary exercises, we had that cold shower and said, there's no way we can afford the Powerade Center. So I'm just thinking that we're spinning our wheels a little bit here, unless, councillors are prepared and they're really interested and they're ready to spend that money, where then we're really going to have some interesting budget conversations. Through the chair, the next question I have, Donna Lynn, regardless of what we do in terms of feasibility study, are we going to be contemplating a potential use for Powerade Center in the Parks and Rec master plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. We'll be looking at the needs across the board. Powerade Center is part of our landscape, though it's not part of our inventory, but we're not limiting the review to our inventory.
And through the chair, so just in terms of when we're looking at the contemplation, will scenarios be that if we had total control or if we had limited control, would you be providing that type of impact analysis?
Through the chair, I don't believe we were going to that level of detail. That would be through this exercise.
That's feasible. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Povieri?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also think that we got to do this right to get all the really key information before council. And if it's going to cost some dollars, well, I think it'll be money well spent in order for us to make the proper decision here around this table. And one of the things I hope that staff will include in the report back is to look at the Mississauga's facility, how they fare out, whether they're because Mississauga does own it, and how they make out whether they're losing money or whether they're making money on that facility, and how much are they losing or how much are they making. And also, from my understanding, our Powerade Center has never made a profit yet that I can recall. I believe that the city is subsidizing every year some the losses. There's an arrangement with the Powerade that the city is responsible for making up some of the losses that they're incurring. Is that correct?
Through the chair, last couple of years, under the revised arrangements that were introduced around 2013, we have not made an actual payment on their operating losses. We have made some capital contributions, but those are things that are not an obligation on the city. In the first several years of the Powerade Center, there was an arrangement for the city to cover and to fund operating losses. There were certain amounts that were achieved in that whole agreement, the $6 million, etc. But in the more recent years, based on the refinancing and some other changes that were made, we've not had to actually provide any loss coverage on the operating aspects of the arena. but we have made capital contributions.
But through the chair, I believe that the refinancing is costing the city more than it used to cost, if I remember correctly.
I'd have to get back in that, Councillor Sprovieri, and Peter Honeyborn has been kind of our partner. And
yeah, so we need that information also.
Certainly.
Yeah, just asking for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Dillon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, staff can only come back with this report if council directs them to. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, basically what I said before is the timeline would be significantly expanded if we did not get the budget approval and the procurement approval.
What I'm saying is, though, you can only come back with this type of request if council directs you. I guess yes or no, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So in the 20 some odd years that the power rate has been in existence, this is the first time we're coming back, or you're coming back, or council has directed you to come back to look at it.
I can answer that if you like. Some of the staff weren't here. Would you like me to answer it?
You were there, Councillor Gibson, but I might say in my review of where this has been through a variety of phases, there was sort of an episode in the early 2000s where there were, I think, a council committee working with the real estate, sort of the PA Center Sports, to look at options. That did include different operating modes, ownership changes, that kind of stuff. In the end, it did not result in any changes. And I think there have probably been some other discussions about it over the years, but the only one that I'm aware of that really brought forward materials to look at it was in the early 2000s, and I'll defer to Councillor Gibson on a little bit of history there.
In the late 1990s, because it was Peter Robinson, the mayor at the time, that was initiating with staff to try to buy the center out because of the changes in the contract since the building was built. And the city was becoming more obligated to put capital improvements and all that type of stuff in it. In 2000, when the new council member, as Councillor Moore had alluded to, it became a big issue in the 2000 budget, and the next mayor gathered enough votes around the table to stop it. And that's when everything started changing. That's when we started putting more and more capital improvements into the building, things like changing carpets and fixing parking lots and a slew of other things. And personally, I'd like to see a staff report back on all the costs that we put into that center from the beginning, regardless of the contractual agreement of covering a loss. We at the beginning, that wasn't anticipated. Now we're into, and I've been voting against it for many years, the capital improvements, because this is our asset. This is an asset to the city of Brampton. We're going to get it one day. And we've been putting a lot of money into it. So I think it's about time we looked at the whole thing. That answers your question.
So I'm just going to go into my next question.
Did we? In 2011, yeah, there you go.
So I got so 2011 we looked at it. So I'm so I've been hearing from Councillor Miles that we have a lot of opportunity around the power rate. Will this procurement involve or include the building and the land, or is it just the building?
Just the building. If I may, through the chair, this is focusing on the arena complex. The surrounding lands have, I think, a need to be looked at in terms of what the needs might be for it, or opportunities to look at better use of those lands. The scope of this work is primarily focused on acquisition of the main asset, which is the arena complex. Certainly we can, as best and I think that's where the findings of the master plan might also be relevant in terms of what the city's needs might be to change up the palette of uses at the Powerade Center as a large park. I think we discussed that a little bit in the fall presentation on the Powerade Center that was part of the budget series. But the primary objective here is to get an understanding of the arena complex as an asset owned by an external company.
Right, so it's essentially it's just the building then, not the lands from what I'm making. From what I'm hearing today as well, it looks like, either we, as I said before, either we spend money to save money. It's just confusing just listening to some of the things. So, but I think I got the answer right there. That it's just the building. Appreciate that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to Brian's comments, some of the valuation work that we do on the building will give us some guidance in terms of the remainder of the property. So if we're looking at the highest and best use of the building, if we're looking at alternative uses for the building, if we're looking at value and use, in other words, what potential special uses can accrue to us through an acquisition, those will give us some guidance in terms of what we might do with the larger property. But to Brian's point, the primary focus will be on the building and the Phase 1 lands, but we will get some insights from that valuation work.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Plashi?
Mr. Chair, so I've heard no member of council talk about timelines. Nobody has said hurry up and do this or anything like that. So I think you have more time than you think that this needs to come back. I think we're making this so much more confusing than it should be. It's a simple case of you have a company that takes a profit out of this building, find out how much profit they make, and bring that back to council in an in-camera decision or in-camera meeting, and we'll decide then how much money we're going to offer them to have them exit early. This is how much they're going to make per year. This is how much they're going to make for the next, 8 years? 10 till 2034. And obviously we're not going to give them that much because they're taking a lump sum to exit early. That's it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, I would suggest that that's one of the values we'll be looking at. Essentially, you're talking about the net present value of the cash flow or the income stream or the capitalized value. But as I mentioned before, to make a more informed decision about whether we should acquire the property, I think we should know the highest and best use value. I think we should know alternative use values. I think we should know the undepreciated capital costs, so we have the full suite of
And I agree to make that decision.
Make that.
But I don't think council, from what I hear, is not putting this timeline on you, and I believe that potentially we could be doing that in-house. So if we're going to approve these recommendations here today, then I would ask that the timeline be removed to provide you with more opportunity to use our in-house staff and to try and gear ourselves away from the 150 some odd thousand. And hopefully you come back to us and say, well, we only needed this much money for that, or external legal that too. I don't know if we need it or not. I haven't heard anybody talk about timelines, Chief. So I think you have more time than you think.
Councillor Bowman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The issue that I'm having with the whole money thing, everybody here is absolutely correct. We need to make a proper decision. We need to know exactly what we're doing. We certainly don't want to waste any taxpayers' dollars going into this. We certainly don't want to leave any money on the table. The only thing I'm asking is if this cannot be done in 2 steps. Can we not extend the time period, as Councillor Paleshi has said, do internally what we can to come up with some, for lack of a better word, ballpark figures, and come back to council and say, here's what we've done, here is our best estimates to fine-tune these numbers, we now need to spend this money to drill down and make future decisions. My only issue is, how much did we spend building Cassie Campbell?
I believe the budget, and I believe we were on budget for Cassie Campbell, was about 54 million.
54 million. And the soccer center?
It was a comparable number.
Okay. So, you know, if you guys were to do all this research and come back to council and say, you know, this estimate is going to be $100 million, I know what my response is going to be. But if you come back and say, our best estimate is this is going to be $10 million, you're going to get a different response. And I really need to know, before we spend 152 grand, I really need to know what really we're looking at here, because I don't have a clue right now what we're looking at in terms of, could we, by the time we take this over, this thing's almost 50 years old in 2034. Is the money better spent building another rec center somewhere? That I don't know, and that's information that I would really like to know. Thank you.
Councillor Miles?
Well, just to remind 8 members of this council, just spend $150,000 on a hockey team for sponsorship. It's the very same amount of money. You had no guarantees, and you agreed to spend $150,000 for the next 3 years to sponsor a hockey team. No, it was 500,000. Sorry, $500,000. You agreed. Boop. Sponsor a hockey team that we don't know is going to be successful or not. And those of us who are asking for your support is to spend $150,000 to figure out whether or not we can have a viable asset with the Powerade Center and how much money we should actually be paying these guys. Do you know how much money we spend on consultants all the time for planning, for this and that? This was a decision council is putting on to our staff. Let's give them some support, for heaven's sakes. It's $150,000 so that we can make a proper decision. We made a commitment in the last council meeting. Eight of us supported spending $500,000 per annum on a hockey team because we believed it was right for our municipality. I'm not saying it. I was one of them. At the end of the day, I figured we needed it. But if we need to spend the money to get the right information, let's spend the money. And spreading it out over the next couple of years, trying to get it done, is just silly. Sorry. Let's just give staff the tools and let's, as members of council, decide whether or not we should do it. And you know what? At the end of the day, we may have to borrow. This may be something that we'll have to borrow in order to. It's costing us anyway. The report in our budget had $3 million in the next 3 years they want for capital improvement. And that's not fluffy stuff. That's the cement. That's the basic maintenance of the building. And it's on us. It's not on them. So let's get the information. Let's make the decision once for all. And let's give our staff a break. Because they're coming to you, they're saying we can put this thing together, but we need some expert advice. So let's let them.
Okay, you were the last speaker, now you're not. Councillor Fleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be really quick. I agree with Councillor Miles. I don't mind giving staff the tools that they need. I just don't want the timelines on here anymore. We get rid of the timelines, so that they make the decisions whether they can have it in-house and they don't feel the pressure of coming back to or making a decision coming back to council. But in all honesty, I'd like to hear what the mayor has to say about it.
We maybe I could ask the clerk to. The way I'm reading this report, staff are obligated to report back in September, but doesn't mean they're just going to report back on the status. Am I correct?
That's correct, through you, Mr. Chair. Council's previous motion, which is included in the background for this report, says that it's a 4-step process. This staff report's recommending the combination of the first 2 steps, And council also asked in its last consideration of this that our status report come back in September, subject to council providing the funding to proceed. And as directed, staff are setting out in this report that they will come back with a status report in September.
So to Councillor Pletcher's point, it could just be a status report that will come back at that time. Doesn't necessarily have to be all that. I agree with Councillor Pletcher, we don't want to rush it, but we do want to do our homework and have staff get all the information so we can make a good decision. So, okay. Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Thanks. So just very quickly as well, I think just 2 quick points. It seems like even at the original agreement when it was structured, we didn't really, as a city, I guess, look ahead. Even when we gave them $1.5 million to the beast, it seems like we didn't look ahead. And if one of the conditions was them buying the power rate, and if as a council we agreed that, listen, we'll look into it, but now we don't want to invest into looking into it, potentially they could be gone now as well. So I think we need to have some better foresight in some of the decisions we made. So if we, as a council, said we're going to support them, I think whoever did support it should support this as well now too. Thank you.
Okay. So just so I'm clear with staff, although the asking for the money is to do the due diligence really on the Powerade Center itself, my understanding, we still would have staff report back on the agreement on the properties around there, because that agreement, after the first 10 years, when the city had the opportunity to take that land back, the council of the day decided not to. I totally disagree with the council at that time, but the council of the day decided to allow the Powerade Center to continue with a further agreement on the property surrounding it. So I'd like that information to be able to come back. On top of, I think, we got a lot of new members of council here that are only have an understanding right now of what's happened in the last 2 years. They need to have a proper understanding of what the city has put into this building from the not necessarily from the beginning, because the original agreement was a pretty good agreement, but it changed very quickly after a couple of years. So this council needs to understand the type of money that council has been endorsing into this facility and what type of things they've been putting into it, so that they can have an understanding of whether or not, and the money, the report to come back, I'm hoping is going to show us whether or not we should or shouldn't endeavor into buying the property. Now, maybe at the end of the day, we might say the business case doesn't show we should. But I don't know that. But all I know is that the council has been continuing to put money in every year into a facility that is our asset that we don't have any control of. And there's a lot of things in my mind that should be happening in that facility that the ownership refuses to do. At the beginning they were doing, but they're not anymore. So I like that type of information to also come back. Councillor Pleshy? I hope I haven't started.
No, you haven't. I request a staff presentation to members of council in an enclosed committee session explaining the whole deal behind the Powerade Center. Go to the beginning and let's go through this whole thing so we better understand the past of what has happened. I guess there's senior members of council don't really need to attend because they understand, but maybe for the new members of council we can get the whole scope to make a better decision. Thanks.
So the direction would be, so I understand before the clerk's looking at me with those eyes, what can be talked about in camera on the specific agreement would come back at a future in camera session. The council to bring council up to speed. What would be on the outside of in camera would also be brought back on the history of the whole thing. Is that correct, Councillor? You moving that? Oh, okay. So, Councillor Miles?
Well, I was going to call the question, but I wanted to say to Councillor Pelletier, senior members of council do not understand. Trust me, there's never been any understanding. The only reason why I'm being able to cite this stuff is I have the report that staff made to us already. It's got all the details in it, and they gave it to us at budget. But it's so convoluted and complicated, and strange and weird and does not fit any mold, that's why it is what it is. That's why we need to get out of it, and that's why it's not simple, because there's so many weird, silly clauses like, we don't own it, but we took the mortgage and we covered the losses and we do the capital improvements, and they've never did what they said they would do. So they're going to tell you they can go through this because they did it already, but the reason why you don't remember is it's not simple. It's just, and I just happen to have it in my desk here, so every time it comes up I pull it out and go blah, 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 blah. So it's not that I understand it. I don't. I really don't understand it, and I don't know how we continue to get into what I consider to be a worse situation every time we renegotiate it. But we've never gone out and got some experts' advice. We've continued to rely on our staff, and I'm not saying they don't know what they're doing, but it's not got any better.
Okay, I'm going to ask the chief to respond, and then I'm going to try to close this up because we have 20 minutes for our special council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the report, there is a requirement for us to report back in September with an update how we're doing. And I would suggest, and to avoid any future weirdness associated with this material, and understanding that it is complicated and it's decades old, that in anticipation of that update coming, we will arrange a workshop or something. We'll coordinate it through the clerk's office and go through that whole process. We don't want to do it too early because months will pass and then we have to revisit it again. So we'll time it ahead of that status report if that's okay with council members, and we can walk through the whole thing. We'll draw on what we have brought to council in the past, but we'll augment it so that we can cover as much material as possible so that when that status comes, we'll all be on basically the same page. And so when we progress past that, based on what that report says, we'll know where we're headed if that's satisfactory to council members.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we need a motion to that effect, or is that distraction? Distraction? Perfect. Okay. So the motion on the floor then is Councillor Miles' motion on the report. Okay. All in favor? Moved by Councillor Miles. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That carries. Okay. Next item on the agenda is, I believe, referred matters list. Any questions on referred matters list? Seeing none. Councillor Dillon, would you like to move that? All in favor of referred matters list? Received. Councillors' question period. Any questions on community and public services? Seeing none. Public question period. Are there any members of the public out there that have a question on anything on this agenda? Sorry, Councillor Moore, did I go too fast?
Thank you. Just a quick question. We had a conversation earlier about the arts panel, and the clerk responded that the minutes will be circulated and the agendas will be there, and if other members of council want to attend, they can, and so on. And that's a good thing. How is that different from the university panel? As I understand, we formalized that university panel through this council and assigned a budget, but we don't get the same heads up of the meetings or the minutes or...
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would defer to others to probably comment on the university panel because the clerk's office doesn't support that. But presumably
you don't support it?
No, we don't. Sorry, I'm sorry. The clerk's office does not provide administrative procedural support to that committee. However, I believe the committee has, at least on one occasion, provided an update on status, and at that point did advise council in terms of the next steps and when reporting would be coming back. But that's as much as I can.
But meetings, like agendas, don't get circulated. You're saying that they're going to get circulated for the arts panel, even though there's only 5 members of council and it won't be administratively supported by the clerk's office. Not that I'm looking for another meeting to go to, but nor would I attend, but we're not aware of when those meetings take place, like you're suggesting we will when the arts panel meets. I guess it's more of a comment, if there's not an answer.
Okay. Mayor Jeffrey?
clarity with regards to the Blue Ribbon panel. Some of what the panel is working on is proprietary, and we have a confidentiality agreement with the people that we're talking with. So just so we don't endanger the process and that they can speak freely to the members. And I would tell you that the council members on the committee are not having those conversations with the university partners, because I've asked them purposefully to stay out of it, because we get the final decision, but I don't want it to be tainted. So the four members that Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Miles, and myself haven't been interviewing, but even the agenda itself would provide information that at this point our partners aren't prepared to give. So you will have that information later on, or some of it anyway. But it's not because we don't want to make sure we just want to make sure we get to the end with a partner that's at the table and that we've done our due diligence. So
no, and I fully understand that.
And I know you know that,
I guess
but I just thought I'd say it.
The difficulty is now is that people will say, I asked the question as a result of a response this morning. So others in the community say, well, why do we know what's going on with the arts panel and not the university panel? So you've provided what is a...
So I think, we had actually talked this past week about coming and bringing an update, but we're still waiting for the province to disclose the details about the call. And we are encouraging the province to move more quickly, because we're eager to put our facts in an application. So as soon as we can come back, I know Premier Davis is interested in coming back, as are the other members of the panel. So as soon as we can, we will.
That makes absolutely perfect sense. I just don't want anybody else to, sort of feel like there's a different set of rules for different ones. So thank you.
Okay. So back to public question period. Do any members of the public have any questions on anything on this agenda? Seeing nobody jumping down, so we'll move to, when there's no closed session, to adjournment, I believe. Have a motion to adjourn. Councilor Medeiros, thank you. All in favor? Carries. 11 o'clock, we have special council meeting. Peter, we can hear them.
Yes.
First. Committee, council, we have to be here at 11 o'clock first. Yep. Then we'll go in camera.
Yes. For 11 o'clock. I see somebody else in there was a closed session package left for us from the committee. Today's meeting we just had, there was no session. If you recall, the chair said we would be in a closed session because of the names of the individuals. Our homework today.
I asked for permission.
Have you received the copy of the article? So probably not.
So I'm going to support this, but come budget time, I'm going to request that we do not do phase 3 of core matters at this point, but we spend money.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to this special meeting of council. This meeting is called for the specific purpose to consider a closed session business item being personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, an identifiable individual. Under council's meeting rules, no other business will be considered at this special meeting. And all members of council are present at the moment except for Councillor Spurrier. I believe he's on his way in. I remind everyone at today's meeting, please ensure all cell phones and other electronic devices are turned off or placed on non-audible mode during the meeting. Council members are reminded to please refrain from sending texts and emails during the meeting. We have a motion moved by Councillor Spovieri. Can it be moved if he's not here? Okay, Councillor Gibson. And Councillor Miles, that the agenda for the special council meeting be approved as printed and circulated. All those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? I see no hands going up, Mr. Clerk. Our next item of business is item 3. This is closed session business. I have a motion moved by Councillor Miles and seconded by Councillor Medeiros that council proceed into closed session to discuss matters pertaining to the following: personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, an identifiable individual. All those in favor? That's carried. This meeting is now recessed in order for council to consider its closed session business in the council committee room. All meetings of council must start and end in public session. After the closed session is completed, council will reconvene in public session in the council chambers to complete its business on today's agenda, including reporting out on any actions arising from its closed session portion of the meeting, passing a confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions of this meeting, and adjourning the meeting. For recess. continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. Personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and identifiable individual. Direction was provided to staff on the matter. Now we're at the part of our agenda, which is public question period. This is where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium and ask any questions about any decision made by council at today's meeting. There's a 15-minute limit for all questions and answers. There's no one in the audience. Sorry, Peter. There's no audience about a decision. So we'll move on. And our next item of business is the confirming bylaw. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, second by Councillor Spolieri, to approve the confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions from the special meeting. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Our last item of business is item 6, adjournment. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon, second by Councillor Willens, that council do now adjourn to meet again for a regular meeting of council on Wednesday, April 13th, 2016 at 9:30 a.m. or at the call of the mayor. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. So council is scheduled to meet on April 13th, 9:30 a.m. and April 27th at 9:30 a.m. So we're adjourned. That carries. The meeting is adjourned. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome, everybody, to the Economic Development Committee meeting. First request is to ask all those present to ensure that your cell phones and other electronic devices are turned off or placed on mute during the meeting, please. Committee members are prohibited from sending text messages, emails, and other electronic messages during the meeting. Thank you very much. First item is the approval of the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to the printed agenda? Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to refer item 9.3, discussion about Motorcycle Mondays, to Corporate Services, a future Corporate Services Committee, but I'm not going to put a date on that. I'm just going to leave that open if that's okay.
All right. Are there any other
services?
Yep.
Community services, my apologies.
Yep, no problem. Okay, any other changes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda with the change? Councillor Willens, all those in favor?
Councillor Willens.
All those in favor? Did we good enough? Yes, we did. Thank you. That passes. Does any committee member have a declaration of pecuniary interest on any matter being discussed at today's meeting? Seeing none, thank you. There are 3 items in consent today, 8.1, 10.1, and 13.1. Does any member wish to remove or add an item to the consent motion? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent motion? Councillor Palashi, thank you very much. All in favor? That passes. Thank you. We move on to 5.1, possible delegations. Is there City Council? The City has approved public notice on March 31st in the Guardian for our intention to amend user fees to eliminate the $75 fee for the Brampton Business Directory. Is there anyone here in the public to delegate on that matter? Seeing none. We have a staff report, item 7.1. We can bring that forward now. Okay. May I have a motion to receive the report? Councillor Medeiros, all in favor? Thank you very much. And approve the staff recommendations. Does that have to be a separate motion or all? Okay, and approve the staff recommendations. Thank you. Okay. Next item is 6.1, staff presentation from Nancy Johnson, Manager, Business Development and Marketing, Office of the Chief Operating Officer, regarding the Brampton ICI Alliance. There's also report 7.2, titled Brampton ICI Alliance, and we can bring that forward with Nancy's presentation. Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Chairman Bowman and committee members. I will be speaking to you today on a new initiative from the Economic Development Office that harnesses the expertise from the ICI community along with the Economic Development Office for one single goal that's going to actively promote Brampton and to encourage and support economic growth. This Brampton ICI Alliance is a cooperative between the marketing initiative. It's a marketing initiative, a cooperative marketing initiative between Brampton Economic Development Office and representatives of the industrial, commercial, and investment ICI community. The city, with regards to this alliance, will benefit in many ways. It will provide industry knowledge, support, and expertise needed to help guide Brampton's promotional activities. This organization will expand the city's Economic Development Office network through the networks of the ICI Alliance participants. It will provide us with business intelligence, develop a closer relationship with the ICI community working in the city of Brampton, broaden the reach to promote the city in a positive manner, and it gives us an opportunity to expand the ICI Alliance program. What is the Brampton Alliance? The Alliance is a collection of interested ICI developers, property managers, investors, and brokers that have come together for a single goal to actively promote Brampton and to encourage the support of economic growth. The Alliance is targeting its marketing initiatives and to real estate professionals, consultants, and business executives from across the GTA. And the mandate, as you can see, is to promote Brampton's economic development and business advantage in order to encourage and support economic growth. The ICI Alliance will, as a team of 8 people, and the City of Brampton, increase exposure and economic activity in the city. They're going to raise the profile of Brampton and improve the city's image, leverage the unprecedented growth in the city, complement the work of the Economic Development Committee, leverage our employment land opportunities. Brampton is one of the only municipalities with an abundant supply of employment lands. They're going to provide maximum exposure for the city to potential investors, keep Brampton top of mind as a great investment opportunity, participate in future success of this vibrant city, and be constructive and productive to create positive results. The ICI Alliance is targeting its initiatives to real estate professionals across the GTA. One of the things that we worked on back in end of 2014 was an economic development strategy. Thanks to the direction of the chair and the vice chair of Economic Development Committee, we developed a 4-year economic development plan with input from the community. One of the tactics for the domestic attraction was to increase business development, marketing, and networking activities in the ICI real estate sector. And as a result, one of the tactics was to create a 4-year strategy to establish a Brampton Business Development Team program. And that program is the ICI Alliance. The ICI Alliance has been created as a 3-year economic development, marketing, and promotion program. And this 3-year program started in 2016 in November. We had our first meeting in November, and then 2016 it's begun. So we're in our first year of 3 years. The ICI Alliance participants, we have 8 participants. As you can see up in this slide, we have someone from Colliers International West, Dominic Galati, Cushman and Wakefield West for Bob Cranch, Dancor, Sean Ford, Callow Developments is John Canalopoulos, Kerbal Group, Adam Kerbal, Monterey Park, Avi Glynna, Morgard is Tulio Capuli, and Rice Developments, we have Jason De Silva. And I just wanted to introduce Avi Glynna today. He's here representing the ICI Alliance. The City of Brampton also was one of the partners. And the staff for the City of Brampton for Economic Development is Sohail Saheed, Mark Burns is right here, and Amanda Laird, and myself. The ICI Alliance program does have registration fees, and these are $2,500 each. So each of the participants put in $2,500 into this, and the city. So that's a $20,000 revenue, and then the city puts in $20,000 as well, and that matches it. The role of the Economic Development Office is one of advising, coordinating, and implementing. The ICI Alliance participants will have 5 meetings over the year. One of the meetings is to be a planning meeting to set up the year-long program. Then there will be 3 meetings just to keep up with the program, and then the last meeting will be to evaluate. Some of the programs that we're looking at this year, some of the activities through this marketing or through this alliance is the first one is the annual economic report update, which is being held tomorrow, and I'll just talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. We have a bus tour that we're holding on June 9th, which is going to be a bus tour specifically for the ICI community. And we will be taking them around the city to show them the highlights of the city. We are also proposing to have 2 lunch and learns. One's going to be on the GIS system, which is the city GIS system. We're going to be holding that on GIS Day at the city, and then the other one will be in September. We'll be talking about the office and retail study. And the audience for this is going to be the ICI community as well, people that are interested in what's going on in the city. The next Team ICI, what that is we are participating in a number of ICI events and activities. So what we're proposing to do is have a staff attend as well as one of the ICI Alliance members. And what they will be doing is attending things like SIOR, which is the Society of Industrial and Office Realtors. They have a fall and a spring education day, And then we have a Cornet Golf Tournament that's in Brampton and a number of other things. We also participate in the Real Estate Forum and Land and Development Forum. And then the other thing that the Alliance would like to do is a research project, and this is going to be based around office. There's a real need for filling our vacancies, our office vacancies, and so they want to find out why some of the businesses haven't come to Brampton and what we can do to get them here. And then the other thing is a forum on city processes to give sort of more information to the ICI community on what the city, how the city processes work. So things like sign bylaws and site plan permitting and that sort of thing. Just a couple things before I get to the economic update. The new Business Times has a full page, the April Business Times has a full page on the ICI Alliance in here. So I know they have some in corporate communications. And now for the last thing is the Brampton economic update. So this is happening tomorrow at the Brampton Golf Club, and I know a number of people are going to be participating. What we're going to be doing is launching our annual economic report, which is you have copies of, and we will be presenting this tomorrow. We have about 130 participants coming out to the event, and we have Councillor Bowman speaking. He's going to be updating the audience on the 4-year economic development plan. Jeff Baines, who's here today, he's going to be presenting on the economic update, all the exciting highlights from 2015, and Avi will be speaking on the ICI Alliance. And there will be networking, lunch, and virtual golf. So if you can make it, I look forward to seeing you, and thank you very much. Any questions?
All right. Thank you very much, Nancy. We have a couple of speakers, so please stick around. First one, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your presentation. I think this is a great initiative. I do want to take you, I guess it's 6.1-5, on the ICI Alliance participants. Were there others that were invited to participate, and for a variety of reasons? Like, I'm assuming we have a full list of the ICI. What percentage of this, what percentage of that whole sector is represented on this?
I'm not sure exactly what the percentage is, but we did reach out to a number of brokers, realtors, that sort of thing, and these are the ones that were interested in participating. Okay. The other thing is that we have a minimum of 8 that we'd like to have, but if anybody else is interested in participating, they're free to participate. Well, if they fit the criteria and they pay the $2,500, they can also participate as well.
So are we going to continue to reach out to them?
Yes.
Let them know about the initiative, so that sometimes what starts off as a slow burn, once it becomes, once it's on fire, other people want to participate. So we need to, regardless of whether or not they have chosen at the beginning to participate, that we maintain that communication and have them join us, hopefully at some point in the future, so that it is, the full menu of what can be offered. Actually, I think that was my only question on it. Oh, the other, it's just a comment. Thursdays are really bad for 7 members of this council. 7 of us sit at the region and we're not able to participate. So I would suggest that, most Mondays and Tuesdays, Fridays, not as bad as Thursdays, but Thursdays, all of, like I said, 7 of us, which is the majority of this council, aren't able to come out and support our staff and initiatives like this. So if you could take that under advisement for future organizing of events. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I especially applaud you on this particular initiative. I think it's the best way to go about attracting investment to the community is by building that strong partnership and network amongst the industry. But I think what's especially nice about your committee to date, when I look at it, is that the majority of the members of your committee are individuals whose families built Brampton. And so they've got a long history and a long commitment to this community. And so the fact that, Abby, I shouldn't really just call you the younger generation, but sorry. But certainly, it would have been different faces around the table 20 years ago, right? And so it's just really nice to see you all coming together and carrying on the work to build the city of Brampton, to further the work of the city of Brampton. So I applaud the economic development staff and those of you who have joined the committee. It's really nice to see you and your family and your business continue to play an active role in building the city. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miles. Councillor Gibson.
I'm not sure how to put this, because I don't want to put a negative spin on this, but when we vet out our partnerships, do we look at the policies of the City of Brampton on businesses or people that may be taking action against the city or the decision of council?
We have gone through this with the legal department. It's not a partnership or a sponsorship, it's a registration, but we have gone through all of this with the legal department.
Just want to be criticized later by somebody else if we're working with somebody who's taking action against the city. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Mayor Jeffrey?
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I just wanted to talk about something in general. The fact that we're trying to get realtors and business leaders and brokers to proactively showcase Brampton's assets, that kind of jumped out at me. So I went and spoke to BREB last week, the Brampton Real Estate Board, and I would say half of the Brampton Real Estate Board is not Brampton. And yet they are the people who are out there as our salespeople. So when I did my comments, I kind of did some broad ones, and then I went to question and answer. If I can do nothing else but to tell people around this table that these are our best salespeople, and we need to find ways to insert ourselves into AGMs, any kind of meetings where these individuals are learning or getting some training opportunities, because they have no idea what's going on. Zero. If they read the paper, that's kind of where their knowledge base is. And to me, they are our ambassadors, and I would argue that they're not great ambassadors right now. I'm sure their heart is in the right place, but this is they are a touch point to people who want to invest or to continue to invest in our city, and they're, in my mind, not equipped to do the best job for us. So I would say that the realty side is something I would like to see us be very much more proactive on. Anytime I get I get invited, I try and take that advantage to, because we can be the messengers on that. So I would encourage my colleagues to, if you get a chance or you're interested in doing it, I'd like to support that conversation. I mean, I get invited to everything, but I can't go to everything, and I would really like to find a way to unleash the knowledge that's around this table and find a way to proactively go into that sector much, much more than we are right now.
We do reach out to BREB. We do meet with them a couple times a year. We were at their AGM last year, as well as we do a presentation for them here as well. They're mostly residential, which we're happy to have, and we do present them with information, and we do talk to them frequently and have provided them with packages of information. SIOR and Coronet and NAOP are all industrial, commercial, real estate organizations, and those are the ones that we're going to be reaching out to. And I think with our ICI Alliance participants, that they've got some great contacts out there as well, and that's what they're going to be doing, is selling Brampton to those people. So we want to give that information to people that aren't here now, and say this is a great place to come and invest.
So I guess what I'm recommending is that we don't just give them a package, but that we perhaps assign a member of this council to be kind of their buddy and be there to answer questions. Because I want to find a way to have a more candid conversation about the benefits. And we're the best salespeople for what's going on in Brampton, where we're going and what's happening. And I worry that we're relying on the staff and a deck or the package to be our spokesperson, and I think there's some good people around this table. So, and not just the chair and the vice chair of economic development, because they can't be everywhere. But if there's a way that we can reach out to them and have informal conversations, I think we might find it bears fruit that we hadn't worked on before.
I think one of the other things that's not part of, kind of part of the ICI Alliance, but Mark Burns has been going out to the different realtors, brokers' houses and presenting to them on the city of Brampton. So doing a presentation, meets with them once a month, and there's between 10 and 20 brokers that are there, so they get individual presentations on the city of Brampton.
The other thing I'll close with this. One of the things I asked them also is that not only are we telling you what's going on in the city, we want to know what you think we should be doing, whether you're an ICI or if you're just a realtor selling houses. At the end of the day, we need that feedback as to where you think our strengths are, and we're going through a master plan right now for Parks and Rec. So that is part of quality of life for not only somebody who's buying a home, but also somebody who's building a business here and wants their employees to be able to use one of our facilities maybe on their lunch hour or after work. So to me, it's a selling feature that I want to give them homework as well to participate with us and engage.
Well, interestingly enough, the ICI Alliance participants are very vocal on that, and they have lots of information to provide to us as well. So that's why we wanted them on it, and like I said, we meet 5 times a year, but plus there's all the other activities and events that are out there. But they're very vocal because they want to see that Brampton is succeeding as well. It benefits them too. So
you're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I see no more comments. May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Medeiros, thank you very much. All in favor? Oh, yeah, I was going to do that separately, but may I have a motion to receive the report 7.2? Yes. Pat? Councillor Fortini, all in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on. You have item 7.3, a staff report titled Citizen Awards. Do any members of council have any comments on the report from Thomas Plant? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Palashi will move the report. All in favor? And the recommendations. Thank you. 7.4, report from Cassandra on the post-mission information from the Mobile World Congress ICT mission. And it is a report. Do any members have any questions regarding the report? Seeing none, may I have a... Yes, Councillor Moore.
Just briefly, how do we know when a company moves to Brampton that it's tied back to this initiative? How will we know?
We maintain, through you, Mr. Chair, we maintain communications with all of our clients, all of the prospects that we've met at a 3-month, 6-month, 1-year, 2-year point of time after we've met them initially. We do that if we have not heard from them. Typically, if we're hearing from them, then we're staying in communication on an as-need basis as they ask us more questions and ask for more detail. I would like to think that anybody who has invested we've had that relationship with them from the day we met until the day they tell us that they're opening. If not, we have these touch points at 3, 6, 12, and 24 months to go back to them to see if they've managed on their own without connecting through us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moore. No other questions. Can I have a motion to receive the report? Councillor Willens, all in favor? Thank you very much. 8.1 was in consent. We'll move on to 9.1. Cassandra, you may as well come back down. It's a verbal report on the international business mission, La Marche Internationale des Professionnels de Immobilier. How's that?
Not bad.
Close? Okay. In Cannes, France?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may use the acronym NIPIM, because Le Marché International des Professionnels de Immobilier is a very long name. It's the French acronym for the real estate development event in France that's been taking place for 27 years. It's one of leading global events focused on commercial, mixed use, industrial, healthcare, hotel, tourism, and tourist attractions. There's also residential, but that wasn't really our purpose for being there this year. MIPIM allows participants to find new partners, to close deals, to discover new projects, and gain insight to the latest global market trends. There were over 21,000 delegates representing 89 countries this year. That included 4,800 developers and investors. Most of those are from Western Europe and Eastern Europe, but they did have representation worldwide as well. We partnered with the Province of Ontario Tourism and the Economic Development Council of Ontario, EDCO, and partnered along with Toronto, Hamilton, and a number of smaller Southwest Ontario municipalities, all part of the team that attended in 2016. It was the 12th year for the Province of Ontario, and I believe it was the 3rd year for the City of Brampton. We attended in 2012 and 2015. This was the first year that MEDEI contributed $60,000 to the event, so that gave the Toronto and Region exhibit a much more substantial presence. It was exciting to be part of this global event. It certainly reinforces Brampton in its position as one of the significant and leading cities in Canada. And I focused in particular on 3 current opportunities in Brampton: downtown intensification, Queen Street corridor mixed-use opportunities, and of course the Peel Memorial Health Hub lands. Our lead generator arranged 20 meetings for us, pre-qualified meetings, companies that they made sure that they had the interest in Canada, the financial wherewithal to do that, and set up these meetings for us. Additionally, they found, we believe, 3 FDI companies who we'll be doing conference calls with in the near future. Sadly, we discovered through our meetings that there's a lot of uncertainty in Europe right now, in great part to the Syria refugee crisis that they've been experiencing, as well as the 2015 Paris bombings. There has been a lot of investment in Eastern Europe over the last few years, but because of these situations, these incidents, it has made investors quite nervous. They think the risk is too high in Eastern Europe now. They have a lot of money and they want to get some, if not all of it, out of Eastern Europe, which is good news for Canada, obviously. They were particularly interested in Canada, more so than the U.S. as well, because there's a perceived political instability in the U.S. right now. So the contacts that we were working with were very excited to be meeting with Canadian municipalities. Quickly, the metrics. I made 29 contacts. We were a large team of 8, so I know there are many others who probably made similar numbers of contacts. We had 20 pre-qualified meetings. These were shared among all of us. We couldn't have 8 or 9 of us meeting with one person. We were afraid they would feel outnumbered or something like that. So each of us had the opportunity to pick the most relevant meetings. I attended 11. I was able to leave out things like developers who were interested in waterfront projects because it wasn't applicable, and some of the residential. I have 3 to 4 prospects from the 11 meetings that I attended. Our next steps are for our team to do a conference call and then a summary report that will be happening over the next few weeks, and then of course a great deal of follow-up. These initial meetings are just the very beginning of the relationships, and as I mentioned just in the last report about Mobile World Congress, we continue to stay in touch with these clients as they ask questions, and if they're not coming back to us, we reconnect with them at 3, 6, 12, and 24-month points. The formal written report you'll see next meeting, and that will have more detail and I think any other detail, but I'm happy to take any other questions right now.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the update. It did raise an eye when I was seeing the places, the last 2 meetings, Cannes, France, and Barcelona, and I'm thinking those are quite hardship places to visit.
Well, the next 2 are Buffalo and Atlanta, if that helps at all.
So just in understanding the process then, so these are European, so I guess these people that you met or potential contacts, are they European-based companies?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the vast majority are European-based companies, correct?
Now, was there any, through the chair, was there any conversation in terms of, I guess, the EU treaty with Canada and its potential opportunities that are existent? Was that sort of an underlying conversation piece, or was the province pushing that as, you know, notwithstanding our political stability, however, we also have this agreement which is being close to being ratified?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the team worked together for months prior to attending, and we identified many advantages that Canada has, and then identified the top 3, because you can't get all of those into a brief meeting. So the value of the dollar being lower, which means Canada is, you know, on sale right now. That's a great time to invest. And the CETA agreement pending were 2 key things that we talked about to each client, yes.
Just lastly, through the chair, what were the profiles of the contacts that you're going to be following up with? From what sectors are they from?
So this was real estate development and investment. So it's not sectors typically like we do when we go to health and life science missions or ICT missions like the Mobile World Congress. So these are developers and investors with large pots of money. 10 million was the smallest number I heard. 30 million, 100 million, 300 million were other numbers that were being tossed around. They want to partner with developers to build properties. They want to buy properties and after they've been built and manage them. They want to buy leased properties and continue to manage them. And the largest ones, not the 10 million ones, but the $300 million companies already have their own developers who would, who when they identify a location like Queen Street Corridor or downtown Brampton, would then work with their own developers to go through the usual process.
Just through the chair, just anecdotally, I can say I was on a flight recently when I was going to Lisbon, and there was representatives of a French company who had investments in Windsor. And I was really surprised that they were really investing in property management in Windsor, and at the same time they were building homes and they were building properties. So it's just interesting, you know, some of the traffic that's happening between our 2 areas.
I'd be happy to share the full roster of who of the appointments that were set up. I would rather not do it in a public forum where there may be competitive disadvantages of sharing that information. We consider all of those meetings confidential until the time that the client tells us it's fine to announce. But I can certainly share that by email.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Seeing no more questions, may I have a motion to receive Cassandra's verbal update? Councillor Miles, thank you very much. All in favor? Oh, we talked about her daily news. That's okay. Thank you very much, Cassandra.
You're welcome. Are you expecting a report from me on Atlanta pre-travel?
It's not on our agenda, I don't think.
I'd be happy to bring that one next time.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next update is from Sohail Saeed on the post-mission to Brazil with the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, which was March 15th or March 5th to 16th.
Yes.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Council Chair and the committee. Yes, I'm health safe and no Zika virus I brought back into the country. Just want to make sure that everybody is sure. More so, I didn't even see a single mosquito in 10 days when I was out there. Yes, I see more mosquitoes in Erin where I live rather than I can see. So, so it's a very healthy country, and so they have taken necessary action. So it's all good there. So thank you for the opportunity to. I had spoken a bit about it before I left. This was a 10-day mission. Led by the GTMA, Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, which is transformed into the Toronto Global, the new Toronto Regional Foreign Direct Investment Agency now. And they work in collaboration with the FedDev program, which is the CCCA, Consider Canadian Cities Alliance, for the meeting. So they have chosen Brazil and Rio, especially for the bigger cities of Canada. So we were participating in some of those activities in Rio. That's the purpose. We were there for 2 days. And then, of course, Sao Paulo has been our normal breeding ground where majority of the industry, it's almost like a population of 30 million, an extreme industrious city, and where we, through the GTMA, and province and DFAID office. They've invested many dollars and hundreds of thousands in the last 10 years and developed that market so much within lead market generators that has so much influx in the GTA. So almost, I think about a dozen businesses from Brazil have set up home in GTA market in the last 10 years. And with our presence in the last couple of years, we have had some interest. There's a company, Rebel Creative, opened from Brazil last year in Brampton through our Small Business Enterprise Center. And they were also helping us sell Brampton shoulder to shoulder with me. It was interesting when they were there in Sao Paulo at the same time. So our Brampton and foreign investor was there selling with us as a sales team. So that was a big pleasure, highlight for our trip. The two cities, Sao Paulo and Recife, are the two cities based on ICT, a lot of startups. Let me take a step back. Brazil, you've heard a lot about the political instability over there. The economy is strong, but the cost of doing business is very high in Brazil. The wages are very similar in terms with Canada, but the benefits, it usually costs about 18 to 22% here on any employee. In Brazil, it costs 80 to 120%. So an engineer will cost 100 plus 20, 120,000 here. In Brazil, that same engineer costs over $200,000. So that's why it makes it more important for them to look for R&D in Canada and in North America for that matter. And plus, the economy of scales, the way they operate, a lot of taxes. They pay almost more taxes sometimes than Canadians do. We get most of the return back in different form of services. In Brazil, they feel they don't get anything back at all. So that's another reason for young companies not to do a startup, because they've seen their forefathers doing and spending all that money. So they want to come with the cutting edge technology into markets like Canada to start and be part of the new economy and growth and grow exponentially. So that's why a very big interest from the Brazilian side. This trip was special also because for myself, in a way, that this was one of the last trips we did in collaboration directly with GTMA, where the municipality was allowed to travel for them. Later, the mission protocol will change as we go forward, and we will update the committee as those decisions are made. So it was really good to see that GTMA would make a presentation, a PowerPoint slide deck on all 28 municipalities, and then I would get up and I would just make a long presentation to the same audience just about Brampton. And then win their hearts, and then the legal team would come in and they talk about immigration, corporate law, and all that. So the most questions that were asked was about Brampton, because it was not a general presentation, it was more of a solution providing presentation. So we won a lot of hearts, so I'm expecting at least 5 or 6 visitors this year from this mission appointment to visit Brampton. So a lot of positive feedback came from that. And in this, so mostly the sectors were ICT and some food and beverage manufacturing and distribution companies. And a lot of young starters for that matter also. And so we have a nice team, and we look forward to entertaining some of those people. And the official report will come forward in about, I think, 3 weeks' time into the committee, so that will have the detail. Just in numbers, they were in market lead generator had done 33 pre-qualified meetings. That created 126 business audience because they were members of some association organization that came to listen to us. So it was a very big crowd for this trip. Over 70 leads were created from this one who were really very much interested and asked to come over or provide extra information. And I can see, at least for the region, 50 plus prospects, and I can even count it on my hands, 9 to 10 good prospects from Brampton out of that came out. So I'm very proud. So as Cassandra mentioned, on our protocol of continuing keeping in touch with them, so we'll hopefully see some good results and some results. And if they come here, we might get them to delegate here in our EDC in the future. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Sahil. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll going back to the beginning of when you started talking, and you referenced there was a company within Brampton that came with you to Brazil and was promoting Brampton alongside you?
Yeah, it was a good coincidence that, as remember, earlier this year, we had a delegation here from Pedro and Camila. They had done that video for us, and their company is called Rebel Creative, and they got the honorable mention award from the Economic Development Council of Ontario in December. So we brought them as a good news story. So they had opened their business in Brampton last year. One has immigration, one is working on the business visa currently. So Camilla was in Sao Paulo at the same time. And so we reached out.
We didn't.
No, we reached out to them and we asked them how can they help. And then so mentioned, Camilla is already in Sao Paulo, so staff made a very good connection quickly. And in 2 days, she offered her help and she joined the team for 2 days.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? What did you guys do? Where? Who did they?
In her particular
get
case,
to speak at the conference, or
no, we don't know conferences. So in that particular case, we had 2 events with business organizations at the Canadian Consulate in Sao Paulo. So there were about 20. One day we had 18, and one day we had 22 of business starts opportunities people there who wanted to come listen to what we have to offer in Canada. So Camilla made a presentation to them in Portuguese and then answered their questions. And I swear to God, she was really cornered after that. Oh, what's the lifestyle there? Is it safe there? Will we feel alone? Do these guys just talk, or actually they deliver? Very important to them, and she highly spoke about our economic development team, that we are coaches and don't worry about it, they hold your hands, so that was extremely positive, and this is the first time something like that happened. So she also volunteered with the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance moving forward, that if there are delegations coming in of that nature for soft landing program, so she will volunteer to do a presentation and answer questions because she has done it.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's great. It's a very heartwarming story.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Seeing no other questions, may I have a motion to receive Sohail's verbal report? Councillor Dillon, thank you very much. All in favor? That carries. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. 9.3 was moved to another committee meeting off our agenda. 10.1 and 13.1 were in consent. Next up is number 14, Councillor question period. Are there any Councillor questions pertaining to economic development matters? Yes, we do have. Councillor Pleshy, are you still on the board, or is that new? Oh, you're on? Okay. Councillor Pleshy?
I wanted to ask my question. It pertains to item 6.1, but I didn't want to dilute the good news story that was bringing. But I did just want to mention that I see a lot of, I'm assuming that we put this together. And I see a lot of pictures promotional pictures of Peel Memorial Hospital. And I also noticed that, every time I drive past it, it's a yellow building, yet we promote it as a white building. So I was wondering if maybe in the future we could kind of bring that closer to the actuals and what it looks like. Thank you. Sorry? It looks like it's a finished outside product as of right now. It's yellow, so. But that's all. You're a phone.
Thank you very much. Mayor Jeffrey?
So I'll ask it in the form of a question. So, Councillor or Chief Kudajar, do you get invitations from the province and others about trips and alliances that we can participate in? Do they come directly to you? The reason I ask is I routinely get invitations to, I think I've had 4 in the last 2 months, about trips, and I'm not sure what the protocol needs to be like for any of us, whether it's me or anybody else, about how to determine whether the trip has merit for us as a council. So the latest one that I've seen in the last couple of days is one from the Premier who's going to Israel in May, and it's all to do with life sciences and research and innovation. Seems like a really good fit with where we're going from a healthcare perspective. But I guess the question is, how do we determine whether it's a fit with what you're doing and the work that your staff are involved in to build on it so that we capitalize? So that's the question of just from a process perspective and how we would work with EDO.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The protocol is real simple. You can send all inquiries to me related to provincial or federal requests, and then I'll work with Sohail and team to assess and provide back a briefing on advantages, disadvantages, should we participate or not, and a recommendation. And that would be a good process that we should follow. So please send them to me, and if it's not related to economic development, or if it's related to another part of our department, then I'll bring in our team and we'll assess it and respond back.
So did you get this I guess it was like a press release that the Premier's office came out with, but do you get them now, or?
It didn't land on my desk specifically.
Okay. So I'll just send them to you, and you can determine whether they're...
And I'll deal with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Thank you very much for bringing that forward. That's a good point. Thank you. No other questions? Okay, we will move on to public question period. This is where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium and ask any questions about any recommendations made by committee today. There's a 15-minute limit. Is there anybody who would like to come down and ask a question? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will move on. We have no closed session items today. We will move to adjournment. Please note the next regular meeting of the committee is Wednesday, April 20th. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Willens, thank you very much. All in favor? Thank you very much for your attendance today. We'll see you all back at 3.
Welcome everyone to the Corporate Services Committee meeting. For the first, we'll go to approval of the agenda. First item of business, are there any additions or deletions? So first we have Councillor Dillon.
I'd like to add an item to the agenda. Do you want to know what it's regarding?
Electronic voting.
Electronic voting.
Electronic voting. Okay. 10.1. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you very much, Chair Medeiros. I'd like to add a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee, an identifiable individual.
Mr. Chair, I believe the councillor has communicated with the acting city solicitor, and the approval's been sought to add that item, so that would be proposed item 18.1.
18.1. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. I also like to add an in-camera discussion on an individual.
Can you repeat that?
I did speak with Roberto and city clerk about it.
Mr. Chair, I understand Councillor Fortini has also communicated directly with the acting city solicitor for adding a proposed item 18.2, which would be personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal and or local board employees, an identifiable individual. So that would be 18.2.
Councillor Gibson.
If I could ask a question, and I have to ask the clerk whether I could do this or not, it's pertaining to, although it's corporate services, it's pertaining to snow plowing and the contracts. And the reason I do, just because of what's happened the last couple of days with our snow, I have a question about whether or not we're had continued on with our snow clearing contracts, or were they finished? Can I ask that question in this committee? Otherwise, I have to wait till spring.
Question period.
It could be asked during question period as a procurement matter in terms of contracts.
Okay, thank you.
So what? Oh, under question period. Okay, and Mayor Jeffrey.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to speak to this council, and I gave regional council a heads up that we should have this conversation today about the governance issue and the facilitation that's happening at the region. And I realize we have regional council business. I'm assuming, Mr. Clerk, that we could put an item talking about governance on there today. And the reason I say that is that I have information about what the City of Mississauga's position is that should be of interest to this council. And we need to have a position, I hope, by next week, so that when we go to governance committee, I have a position for me to bring to the table.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would probably, as I understand, there's going to be an update from CAO's office staff about regional council business tomorrow, and there are 3 committees, of which the governance committee is not one. But so it could happen there, or probably more appropriately, it could be added as item 10.3, new business today, to talk about regional governance, which is a matter that's within the purview of this committee.
Under new business. Okay.
10.3.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with changes? Councillor Dillon, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Does any committee member have any declaration of pecuniary interest on any matter being discussed at this meeting? Nope. There are 3 items listed for the consent motion. Does any member wish to add or subtract items for the consent motion? No. So, oh, you do. Yes, Councillor Bowman.
Yes, I would like to just pull 8.2 just for 2 quick questions on it.
Okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent motion? Councillor Dillon, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. So 8.1 was approved. So 8.2, over to you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just had a question about the new rates. the new rates are listed in 8.2, but from this report, I don't know whether that is the same as they were in 2015 and 2014. I don't know. Has there been any change to these?
Through the chair, these aren't the rates, they're just the ratios. The rates will be coming in May.
Okay, have the ratios changed at all, or do they remain constant?
Same.
Same. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do I need a motion to approve staff report? Moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is 8.3, a staff report titled Non-Union Compensation. I believe that's part of consent, so we're good. No, it isn't. Okay. Do any members have questions for staff regarding this item? It's regarding the non-union compensation structure report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that item was listed on today's agenda, and it wasn't ready at the time of publication of the agenda on Thursday before the long weekend, so it was distributed to all members last Friday.
Going once, twice. Yes. Would you like staff? Yes, Councillor Moore?
Copy of it, but I think it was easy to get missed when it came to our desks. So I'm wondering if Dave Wilson might want to do a quick overview of the report. I don't mind sharing mine across.
Sure.
Thanks.
Welcome, Mr. Wilson. So if you can provide us some key highlights to the report.
Sure, thank you very much. So you remember back during budget conversations, there was an approval of a non-union wage increase, but that we had removed COLA from the regular increase and gone to a performance-based model where the only compensation increase would come as a result of performance in the workplace. The only role for COLA now is to keep our pay bands competitive at the 75th percentile against our comparative group. So what we were asked to do is report back on this issue and also explain the costs. So the My GPS program, which is our performance management program for 2015, concluded in 2016. So performance pay kicks in April 1 of the year after, once the evaluation of the previous works year has been concluded. So we have, at the time of this report, 684 non-union employees, and we've highlighted here that there's two ways that this payment can happen. One is if you get an increase and you're lower in the pay band, you'll move up the pay band. If you're at the top of the pay band and you can't move up anymore, then what happens is you get a lump sum payment in the amount of what would have been in the increase. So on page 2 of this report, we provide that the cost for the program running in 2015 is approximately $2,600,000. We also provide information that we had spoke about previously at Council about the different performance ratings. And we've given you some statistics to look at just to show you the spread of that performance rating. So at valued contributor, there was about 500 employees, and that's about 73% of our non-union staff. At enhanced, which is the next step up, the employees, about 171 of those, and that's about 25%. And at the highest mark, which is distinguished, we had 11 employees, and that represents about 1.6% of our non-union staff. So the report was really there as a result of a request during the budget process to come back and explain both the process, the implementation, and the costs associated.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions, comments? No. Nope. Oh. Okay, so Councillor Plush is moving the report. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, now we go on to other new business. So 10.1, Councillor Dillon.
Here, does everybody have a copy of the motion? I'm going to put up on the screen. So it's electronic voting. Electronic voting? Yeah. So the motion itself is very, I guess, self-explanatory. It's a simple method to ensure greater transparency and accountability by this council for the public by having our voting record digitally documented and added to a user-friendly database off the city's website. We're ensuring our residents know exactly where we stand on issues and exactly how we voted on them, instead of having, in many cases, the tedious task of looking up individual council or committee meetings on specific dates. A resident or anyone else should be able to search by our names, keyword, or topic. And instead of having the councilor having to request a recorded vote, all the important votes will be automatically noted, excluding procedural votes such as when to adjourn a meeting. For example, just yesterday I was at the TDSB and saw their display board. So Brampton is the 9th largest city, and we practice democracy by a simple yay or nay vote by a show of hands. Let's move into the new, modern, and computerized era. We are already featuring council meetings on online, and we keep our residents updated through Facebook and Twitter accounts. We all want greater transparency, and this is a simple and yet effective way to ensure our residents have it. Do you want me to read the motion first and then have discussion on it?
Sure. It's on the screen, so it's fine.
Okay.
Councillor Gibson.
Are we asking that every vote we take here is done electronically?
Aside from the procedural ones like, can I answer? Sorry, through the chair.
Yep, please.
Aside from the procedural ones such as adjournment, even for example, today we had the vote on the report that came in for Powerade, and if somebody, one of the residents wanted to know how we voted, they wouldn't be able to know what exactly our vote was because simply raise their hands. And if there was a system in place where we could press yay or nay or abstain or whatever it is, that gets documented. And for the accountability and transparency purposes, a resident can come and see how we actually voted for that.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Gibson.
Okay, I just don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure I agree with having a recorded vote on every vote we take. This is what this will be, a recorded vote on every vote we take.
City
I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion that's on the screen as written, I think the intent of Councillor Dillon is therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to report at a future meeting on the integration of electronically recorded votes onto the City of Brampton website as a database after each council and committee meeting. So in preparing for this, I interpret that motion as being once a recorded vote has been asked for and voted on, that record, as members know, is automatically included in the minutes for that meeting. The intent is to include a table or database, which a number of municipalities do, that just shows the recorded votes for that committee or that council and who voted for what with that motion. That is something that the clerk's office can undertake to do, and we will report back on that. We've actually done a bit of research, and I believe there's in the order of 51 recorded votes that have occurred through this council and committee in 2015, just as a point of reference. So taking the information which already exists in minutes and putting it into a table for quick and relatively easy access to the public or whoever wants to see it is something that we can do. It's just repurposing existing information.
Well,
if the councillor's asking in his opening remarks about automatically having a recorded vote on every business item that is before committee or council, that is something different. Mm-hmm. And I'll quote what the procedure bylaw says. Our council's procedure bylaw says, any member may request that a recorded vote be taken on any motion. And then when a recorded vote is requested, the clerk will call each member in favor of the motion to rise and be counted, and then every member opposed. And that method of voting can be by the member standing up, or it can be by electronic voting. And for some of the members of council who have been here in the past, we already have an electronic voting method in place. It's been in place since 2013. If this committee wishes, we can actually use it when we vote on this motion, and members just have to press a simple yes or no on their button when that voting is open. So we do that. A lot of councils, and I've talked to our peers in other municipalities, they have the same equipment and tools in place, but because of the size of council, sometimes it's more practical to have members stand up to be counted. And that's the wish and desire of those respective councils. So this council, we have the capability to take electronic votes if necessary, or to take members standing up to be counted by the clerk.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, but that's not what this said. That's what I was trying to get at. I don't have a problem doing that for recorded votes, but for every vote, it'll just bog down in my opinion, it would just bog us down. It's much quicker just to take a vote. At the region, they have electronic voting there, and they've had for many years, but never used it because it hasn't quite worked very well. It wasn't always accurate. The buttons didn't always work. So I remember, I don't know what they did last term, but 2 terms ago when I was here, we gave up on it and just said, let's not bother using it, just stand up. So, but if this one, I don't think we've tried this one for maybe once, but if we try it, maybe we can find out right now if it works. But the intent, from what I hear, is for every vote. I won't support every vote. I mean, I'm on record where I put my hand in the air on cameras every time I take a vote. I think that's good enough. So I'm on record. I don't hide my votes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Palashi? Would you like to respond, Councillor?
Yeah, so what it is that, and I gave an example for today. So there's different municipalities. I know we checked into, I believe it was Vancouver. So whenever they vote, their vote comes up on the screen. And so whoever is sitting in the audience, they know. And I gave the example of today for the report on the power rate. My constituents or anybody in the city of Brampton doesn't know how I voted on it. And I think they have every right to know how we voted. I don't think they have the time to, even though we've, for the sake of transparency, we also have it online now, but they don't know how I voted, and they might want to know that. And if somebody wants to run against any of us, or if we have some particular information we need to know on how each other voted, we can go and look it up on a database. And I think that's only fair for not only democracy, but transparency and accountability as well. I could just easily tell you I voted for power rate today, even though I didn't. And I can go tell somebody, but I need to be held accountable. And that's what it is. And it's, you press a button, it comes up on the screen. Everybody knows, and whoever wants to go home and double check, they can do so. I don't think it's that tedious as well, where you press a button, it gets reported, it goes into a database. Press your yes or no, and that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jaros. I'd like to know, included in the report back to us with the integration of the electronically recorded votes, will there be some sort of cost analysis of how much additional, if there's tweaking of the system that we have now, or labor for uploading that onto wherever Councillor Dillon wants this uploaded to, what's that going to cost us? Is that going to be included in the report back to us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it can. The cost would be negligible, because on a go-forward basis and researching 51 votes that have occurred, recorded votes, it's relatively insignificant, the amount of work to actually tally that in a table and put it on the website. And then on a go-forward basis, if this motion passes, continuing to update that is relatively insignificant in terms of additional time. The technology exists in the chambers right now to have recorded votes.
I think I'd be interested in how many non-recorded votes are there around this table. I don't think 51 is a lot. I think there's going to be, I think we vote a lot more not recordings than we do recording. So I'd like to know how many that is. I have a couple other questions too. Let me know if it's all going to be included.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just if the request is to tally all votes that are taken on all motions, it's relatively simple. It's just looking at them, because every motion is numbered that's voted on, whether it loses or carries, and it's just adding that up. I just want to be clear in case there's some ambiguity here. The council's procedure bylaw allows for a recorded vote to be requested at any time on any matter for which there's a vote at the request of a member. So if the intent now is to automatically require a recorded vote for every vote except for certain procedural matters, that will require an amendment to the procedure bylaw.
Isn't that the intent to this? This is just a report back, though, correct?
For you, Mr. Chair, it is, but my understanding of the intent of the motion was to report back on the ability to put on the website for public access a table showing all recorded votes that have occurred. That wasn't, and then Councillor Dillon has further explained what he's intending in his motion, which I didn't interpret that in the wording that's before us.
Okay, so if, additionally to that, can I also find out, I guess, Councillor Dillon will clarify, but a couple more questions that I have. Will it be captured also in the minutes? Is that what you would like? So when we get minutes of previous meetings or committee meetings, what's that? And if you would take, say, 3 samples a year and add all of those recordings to the bottom of the minutes, how much extra paper will that be? I'd like to know that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's no extra paper because recorded votes, if they occur, already are included in the minutes.
Right, but what I'm saying is the votes that happened for non-recordings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, hypothetically, if there were 20 votes during a meeting, it probably is half a page for a recorded vote, showing all the members and how they voted. So we're looking at 10 extra pages.
10 extra pages?
In the minutes, if the request is for every vote to be a recorded vote that's before a committee. And that would be much larger if it were a council meeting, because generally council is voting on more matters.
So we're looking to add 10 extra pages per minutes for the following, like, we have a council meeting next week. So say we recorded all votes that we made today. How many extra pages are we going to have in our binder next week for the council meeting? That's kind of what I'm asking for.
If the request is to hypothetically have a recorded vote for every matter that is on today's Corporate Services Committee agenda from this point forward, arguably there's probably 6 or 7 business items left. So that's 6 or 7 recorded votes, half a page for a recorded vote. So that's 3 to 4 extra pages for this set of minutes.
Okay. Also, I'd like to know just how many other municipalities do something like this, and what the ones that do this in their municipalities, how many representative council members do they have at that municipality? I'd also like to know that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, every municipality, the clerk's office is required, and I believe, without looking at the Municipal Act, I believe it's in the Municipal Act that if a recorded vote is requested, it shall be accounted for in the minutes. So that's a standard requirement of any municipality, regardless of size. As to whether or not municipalities are proactively compiling recorded votes.
That's what I'm asking.
I'd say it happens for larger municipalities. I believe the City of Toronto does it. I'm not sure of any other municipality that I've seen.
City of Toronto votes that way because they have the numbers that they have to vote that way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not every vote at the City of Toronto Council is a recorded vote.
No, but they all use the buttons, right? Instead of putting their hand up, I believe.
Not every vote at Toronto City Council is a recorded vote. If they do take a recorded vote, they don't use show of hands because there's 45 members that use buttons.
So will any of the additional information, will that be included in the report back to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think this committee needs to be very clear what they want in the report back, because the way I am interpreting the motion that's before me is they want to report back on how we take recorded votes once council has, or committee has had them. They're recorded in the minutes regardless. We're taking all of those, putting them in a user-friendly table on the city's website. If it's more than that, I think we need to be clear. So, because I apologize if I'm misunderstanding, but I'm trying to understand what the intent is here.
Well, I apologize if I'm misunderstanding, and I'm trying to understand the intent as well.
Thank you.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, Councillor Moore.
Well, thank you. I guess we're all confused about what the intent or how we're going to be better off at the end of the day on this. I understand I think I understand the premise behind it is for transparency. However, you did answer my question, Mr. Clerk. This is a change to our procedural bylaw. If we do a recorded vote on every single vote, we better bring an overnight bag for some of our agendas, because it's going to take an awful lot longer to get through our meetings, and there's really no value added for that. Everything is videotaped if somebody has an interest in seeing how we vote. And to use the example that Councillor Dillon put forward, Councillor Dillon will have had 2 opportunities to ask for a recorded vote on that item, the Powerade Centre. Councillor Dillon could have asked for a recorded vote on it today, and he'll have an opportunity to ask for a recorded vote next week when the minutes and the recommendations from this committee go to council next week. So there's 2 opportunities on almost every single issue or matter that we deal with to ask for a recorded vote and have it recorded in the minutes. It's interesting, we do have the voting buttons at the region, we have them here, but for some reason we all want to stand up and show the world loud and proud how we voted in a recorded vote. And, the interesting part is that sometimes, with using the buttons, you don't know until it's put up on the screen how everybody voted. It's the recorded vote is by way of standing, is much more visible and, quite frankly, much more accountable to do it that way. I can't support staff reporting back if the intent is to report back on how we would have every vote a recorded vote. That, to me, is just strangling our ability to get through agendas. It would take up far more time to stand and do the recording, or even do it electronically, because it takes time that could be spent on the fulsome debate on a matter. And so if Councillor Dillon wants to amend the motion to say that it is only on recorded votes, I'm prepared to look at that, but to report back on how we do it for every single vote is not a productive use of our time.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Dillon might want to provide some clarity.
I disagree when Councillor Moore says there's no value. I think having transparency and having accountability to our residents is priceless. I'm not asking that we have every vote. For example, if there's 10 votes, we have them all recorded votes as per what the definition is now, that we have 20 extra pages in our minutes. What I'm asking is that we find out a method in which we can show accountability, have transparency, so that whoever's at home and not able to come here, or not able to access hours and hours worth of video, can simply keyword search or have the ability to find out how we voted. And I think it's really important. I could, from this point forward, for the next 2.5 years, ask for a recorded vote every single time. I don't think that's practical. But what is practical is if I'm able to press a button and somebody knows how I voted, and have that on record, and for them to know how each of us voted. I think that's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for additional pages. I'm not asking for it to be on all the minutes. And what I'm really looking for is a new system, a new methodology for us to have, again, I keep using the word accountability. So that's what I'm asking for. I do understand there's 51 recorded votes for 2015. What I'm saying is, you press a button, yes or no, it's put in a database. I don't think that's too tedious of a task. I don't think that takes too long. What I'm saying is that allows our residents to know how we voted. And so I can't change amend the motion. If there's anything specific that I can add, I will add that. But I think it speaks for itself, as I mentioned at the beginning of my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Moore.
I guess I'm less clear now, Councillor Dillon, because you now contradicted yourself. When you first introduced the motion, you talked about having recorded vote for every vote except for motion to call the meeting to order and adjournment. So is that your intent? Because that's a recorded vote on each, and now you're saying it's not all of those votes. So maybe you can clarify. But if the intent of this is to have a recorded vote on every single vote that's called in these chambers, whether it's receiving a report or referring something back to staff, then that to me is not a productive use of our time. I don't know how much more accountable we can get when there's a YouTube video that shows your hand either went up in the air or it didn't go up in the air. I think that's pretty accountable. If they have to go to the website, I think that's quite achievable for the city clerk to put a summary at the beginning of the minutes under the summary of recommendations to say the following votes were recorded, so that somebody doesn't have to scan through the entire minutes or have a running total on the website, a presence on the website that's updated after each meeting that shows what the results of a recorded vote was. So maybe it's a tab, a drop-down tab on the website that says recorded votes, and it lists them and what the results of those votes were. I don't know, but to suggest that not supporting this is not supporting accountability is not an accurate statement, because we are on videotape. And anybody who is going to go to the website to look through a printed document to see how you voted can just as easily look at a YouTube video if they know the meeting that the recorded vote took place. We're all accountable. Somebody asks you how you vote, you give them the answer. And I guess if you don't give them the right answer, then you've got a credibility problem that you have to address. But, I don't think any of us hide how we vote on any matter.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Sparveri?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions, staff. If council was to consider this new procedure, would that add more work to your department, Mr. Fay, or can that be handled if all the votes had to be recorded? Would that add more work, or would you require more staff, or can you handle it in-house?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we're talking about hypotheticals, but certainly every time a recorded vote is taken, it is recorded as is required. And as with every recorded vote, we always do a check and balance in the system. So in the end, it does require more work. I can't quantify that at this point in time.
Yeah, well, so it's logical that they would require more work.
Yes.
I think it's fairly easy. I think it's very logical to assume that.
Yes, but through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that we will still respect the wishes of committee or council. If they want a recorded vote, we will do a recorded vote.
Of course. The other thought that came to my mind is that in a lot of the issues we deal with are fairly straightforward procedural issues that we're required to vote on, and that most likely the public's not even really would find boring even to look up, and even if the voting results was made available, and people would just say, well, I'm going to go on the website and see how everybody voted, and there's a heading of an issue, and then the councillors voted yes, and the councillors voted no. I believe it doesn't really tell the tale for someone just to go and look at how someone voted unless they were also privy to the debate as to why people voted in certain ways. So just to simply, in the way I see it, just to simply show how we all voted on an issue doesn't really tell the public. The public does not inform the public what the issue was about, what different points of use and different situations and so on. So I don't know whether it really would be a beneficial or have any value to simply take just to record all the votes. And to me, I believe that the real important issues that we deal around this table that first of all impacts the budgets and impacts service are the real issues that should be recorded, and that staff should know how we vote on, like for instance the beast, how we voted on the beast. That is very legitimate for the public to know. How we voted on the LRT, that is to me very important for the public to know. How we vote on the budget is very important. But a lot of these other issues we deal with, for instance, the one we just dealt with just recently, non-union compensation structure. Do you think, I don't know what people really care or are interested in how we voted on that issue. If an issue is controversial around this table, then I believe that the public would be interested in really knowing the full scope of the debate and also the outcome of the vote. But if an issue is, if we're all fairly agreeable to an issue around this table and there's no controversy, I don't think they would be, the public is really concerned about how we voted on that issue. So I think that the system we have now in place perhaps can be expanded to have more recorded votes if members of council think it's has value, and we have that process in place where it's made known. And if we want to expand that to have a link on the website and say, here's how council voted on the LRT, and here's the council voted on the beast, then I think that that's what the public would be more interested in finding out than all the other issues that we're all fairly agreeable on. And I would say 90% of the time, this committee, this council is agreeable on most issues. It's only, I think, 10% of the time that we have disagreements. So to record those 10%, great, I don't have a problem with that. That's our recorded vote on those issues. But, to go all out and do it right across the board, I don't think there's much value in doing that. And perhaps if we really want to look at it, I know that maybe there's always a first and somewhere starts a new trend, but I think it has to make sense and has to have a purpose in order to really be successful and catch on, and where others will utilize it. So I really don't believe that having a recorded vote on all items before us has really a great benefit.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Spilveri. Yeah. And before I turn over to Councillor Lai, I must say I do care about the salaries. So I will pass it over to.
Well,
I think we all care to a certain degree. So I don't know if we want to tell the public that we necessarily don't care. I think we all care about everything.
Yeah.
But I'll pass it to Councillor Dillon, please.
Just to, the purpose is, Councillor Spilveri, and again, accountability and transparency. I've said it a number of times, and to Councillor Moore, I didn't contradict myself. I said record, to have them documented. Perhaps, I guess, the definition of what a recorded vote is something that comes in the minutes, but what I'm saying is that we have it documented. In that terms, I mean recorded in a database, so people could come back and see how we voted. And again, what I'm simply asking for is a report back. We don't know what the system is. We don't know what the methodology is. We don't know what the price is. But what I do know is that I think it's better for the residents. And to say that it'll take a long time, for example, to press a button, I don't agree with that. There are municipalities that do have similar systems, and I think what I'm requesting is that staff come back and let us know what the costs are, what systems are in place, what technology is out there, what other municipalities are using. I don't think that will cost much to us to find out. And I think what we need to do is our due diligence, and I think what we need to do is, out of respect to the residents, and I keep mentioning accountability and transparency, doing our best to make sure that we're accountable and transparent to them. So I guess to dismiss it right away without not knowing what's out there, what staff will come back with, I think it's unfair, not only to us, but to the democratic system and to the residents of Brampton as well. Again, they want to know how we vote. Whether it's a minor issue, it could be a major one to them. A major issue could be a minor one to them, but we'll let them decide as to what's important and what's not important. Maybe they do want to know how we voted today on a certain report. Maybe they don't, but at least they'll have access to it. And again, for somebody to take 1 minute and search something is easier than them to go through 2 hours of videotape. So I'll leave my comments at that. I think I've been very clear as to what I'm requesting today. We're not getting a system put in tomorrow or today. We're not even in the next month. We just want staff to come back and let us know if this is possible, what the costs are, and how practical it is.
So, thank you, Councillor Dillon, but if I'm not mistaken, I understand the report back, but City Clerk Fay, you were very clear that this is doable, and we can do it pretty quick. So I'm not sure what type of information that you would report in a report back. So are you clear in terms of your direction, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm clear. If the vote is taken on this motion as presented on the screen, the clerk's office will report back on how we take recorded votes that have been recorded in the minutes, because that is the official record, and how we compile them all into a database. It's essentially a table that will be available on the website by the motion title that they're voting on, the actual wording of the motion, and how each member of council voted. That is a very simple exercise. I know that's not what the councillor is asking for, but I need to understand then what the motion is, because what's on the screen is different than what the councillor is asking for. If he's asking for a report back on how the implications of requiring a recorded vote on every motion that occurs at a committee or council, we can report back on that, if that's the intent.
Can you change that wording then? To include non-procedural votes as well, like for example, adjournment. Can you get the wording in for that, for example?
So while we go further, I'll go to Councillor Gibson.
Just to give an example, I go quickly back, and today's agenda is not including the special council meeting or the one this morning. We would have had 9, 11, and 12 recorded votes today alone on probably 3 of the smallest agendas we've had in the last 2 years. So I don't know what planning would have been on Monday night, what it'll look like, but I'm guessing probably up in the 30s, 40s, just on planning alone, just to give you some context of what's being asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Mayor Jeffrey.
I wasn't going to jump in on this, but I guess it's taken a lot of time to discuss something that we have no report for. So I'm supportive of a report coming back and discussing facts, but right now we have nothing, and we're deciding not to provide any clarity with regards to votes based on the conversation I'm hearing around the table. It looks like people are so anxious about it that they don't want to do it. But I guess I kind of like to have facts before I make a decision. So I'm interested in providing some clarity. I thought it was just recorded votes, but at this point I have no information, and I don't know how labor intensive it would be, but it is about transparency for the voter. It is hard to find some of our decisions, having tried to find them myself in the past. So I would say that we have the technology in the chambers, but we don't use it. We have the technology in the region, and we don't use it. But I don't know that doesn't mean we shouldn't use it in the future. So I'm in favor of it going on for at least a report to come back so that we can make an informed decision. But what we're doing today is speculating as to what it might be and don't have any facts. So I think this is something that Councillor Gibson has talked about a lot before, about not making decisions until you have the report in front of you. I support having better information to make a more informed decision and provide a way to provide clarity to our residents with regards to recorded votes. So I can support that, and I think that that's a reasonable request, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffrey. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. But what my problem is that there is a disconnect between what the councillor wants, what the motion says, and what the clerk says they're going to report back on. So I'm all about bringing clarity to this, but what are we sending staff back to do? If the mover of the motion is expecting information to come back that the clerk is not going to bring back because that's not what the motion says, then we're going to have a problem at the other end when the report comes back, because the councillor's not going to be happy because their understanding and their intent behind the motion was different than what we passed. Okay. So, as I said the first time I spoke, if the intent is to report back on how the city can better display on the website in a more user-friendly fashion how the residents can access the results of recorded votes, I think that's a pretty simple exercise. I'm not sure it needs a motion. I think it just needs direction to say to staff, find a way to include that as a drop-down box on the menu. But if the intent is to report back on how does every single vote that's taken in these council chambers become a recorded vote, that's not something that I can support. So until there's some clarity around what it is that the councillor is asking for and what the motion says and what the clerk says they're going to report back on, until that is reconciled, I don't think we have any clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. City Clerk, if you can jump in here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I understand Councillor Dillon's intent, it would be then adding a second, be it further resolved to this motion, that the clerk be directed to report back to Corporate Services Committee on the implications of requiring a recorded vote for every non-procedural motion considered by council or its standing committees at its meetings. Is that the intent? It's the motion as presented with a further, and it further be resolved that the clerk be directed to report back to this committee on the implications of requiring a recorded vote for every non-procedural motion considered by council or its standing committees at its meetings. So effectively that would mean the implications by association amending the procedure bylaw. So that would be part of the report back in terms of what the implications are.
Okay, so while you work that out, maybe if you can share that with Councillor Cullen. Councillor Miles?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
We made amendments.
The short answer is yes, council has a procedure bylaw. It moves from council to council term. We're required to have a procedure bylaw under the Municipal Act, and it has been amended a handful of times this term of council.
Will it not require 2/3 for us to even ask for a staff report on it?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. Council's procedure bylaw can be amended by council, by committee, by giving public notice. That's the requirement that's in our procedure bylaw. And then there's public notice given, reports provided, a draft bylaw is prepared, and council will make the decision if they want to amend its procedure bylaw.
So it doesn't need to require 2/3 to reopen it once we've passed it?
Council has amended its procedure bylaw on certain aspects over the course of this term, similar to how a zoning bylaw is amended based on property. So the fact that an amendment happens to the entire bylaw, a portion of the bylaw, doesn't necessitate a reconsideration.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Dillon? Okay, Councillor Pelleshi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, I'll ask the questions again. Are the cost, any kind of cost analysis or timing, extra time on staff going to be incorporated in the report back?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, if that's the desire of committee, yes.
But this motion doesn't capture that right now?
Through the amendment that I spoke of, that presumably Councillor Dillon will be moving, in the report back from the clerk's office on the implications of requiring this, by default, it will include cost implications.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pelosi. Yes, Mr. Simmons, I can say yo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait till the conversation's done.
So, okay, yes.
I just, perhaps to the clerk, if he could perhaps just relay to council, essentially what he understands this report would otherwise include, so that it's clear, and also what the timing might be, based on what is now a revised resolution.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the first part of the motion, which is on the screen, therefore be resolved, the staff report back on integrating recorded votes on the website, I'm interpreting that as just taking recorded votes that have already occurred, making them more easily accessible to the public, so outside the minutes, in a table format, drop-down list. That's simple to do. If the second part of the motion, as Councillor Dillon is moving it, is in further that the clerk be directed to report back on implications of requiring a recorded vote for non-procedural motions considered at council and standing committees, will require some work. By implications of requiring that, we'll be looking at other practices in other municipalities to see what their procedure bylaws say. We'll be looking at the costs of implementing this, as well as looking at the process steps in terms of procedural bylaw amendments to affect this, should council wish to go there. This is not, by this motion passing today, it's not committee saying that the change will occur. It's reporting back on possible changes for the committee to consider. In terms of timing, I would, to do this properly, I think we're looking at probably the first meeting in September after the summer.
Okay.
Given other workloads, this will not be done until the fall.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Councillor Dillon, would you like any comments?
If a vote is recorded, meaning if somebody requests, or let's just say, for example, any standard vote that we have, and what I'm saying is documented, does that still technically, is that still defined as a recorded vote? So what I'm asking is that if, for example, if I vote yes for something, and I want that documented somewhere in a database so somebody has access to that, is by your definition what I'm asking for a recorded vote? Or does recorded vote have its own separate definition to it?
The short answer is no. Every decision of this committee is a vote, and it's usually by a show of hands, and it's not recorded. A recorded vote is very specific, that a member is asking that each individual member who's voting as part of that collective decision body, their vote is recorded.
So if something, like I said, I'm going to use the word documented. If something is documented on, for example, a database, does that, within the law, does that have to be shown on the minutes?
I think you have it reversed, Councillor. The database is an unofficial record. The official records of council and its committees are the minutes. Mm-hmm. No exception.
And is there a way to have, for example, so it has to be on the minutes, then every recorded vote, everything that's documented, or recorded rather, has to be on the minutes, right?
Yes, and it has been for as long as the legislation has required it, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so I think we have some clarity here. Okay, so we have a motion put forth by Councillor Dillon.
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Dillon.
So members of committee, we're taking a recorded vote on this motion as amended by the second, therefore be it resolved that the clerk be directed to report back on the implications of requiring a recorded vote for every non-procedural motion considered at council and its standing committees during its meetings. So if committee wishes, we can do a recorded vote electronically, or we can do it.
No,
Let's
but,
try it, yeah.
But, Peter, what I wanted was that the vote be stored somewhere for sewer access. Can you include that wording in there?
The vote is stored somewhere. It's stored in the minutes.
No, if we can look into having some type of search.
The first, through you, Mr. Chair, the
search-
first
you
part of
can't
your
search
motion,
into
which is on the
the-
screen, would do that.
Pardon me?
The first parts of the motion would do
Okay,
that, Councillor
okay,
Dillon.
fair enough.
I
So
would like
members
to
of-
add maybe some whistles and bells, so when I vote yes,
So
it's almost like a game show.
Members of committee, we are going to try the electronic recorded vote system. So once I declare the vote open, members, if you could listen, please, just for instructions. This is the first time you'll be using this. Once the vote is declared open, there's a yes and no button in front of you. They will light up. You can pick yes or no. Once you pick that will remain lit. You can change your mind until I declare the vote closed. I can see on here when a member has cast their vote. I don't see the vote that they've cast, but once I see all votes have been cast, I will announce and close the vote, and then we will display the result. Is that clear?
Yeah, Councillor Fortini has a comment.
So we're just voting on report back.
That's correct.
Will be confusing.
And I'm sure people are going to, okay.
Everybody's here?
Yep.
Okay. So the vote is open. All members have voted. I am going to declare the vote closed.
That's fantastic.
And the vote carries. Sorry, through you, the vote carries 6-5.
So for
Very
the
good.
colorblind member of our colleagues, you can't tell. You have to
Can you read them?
read the black and white.
We had less argument reporting back on the future powers than we had on this.
Thank you very much, everybody. There is a chair here present, so I would ask. Thank you. Thank you. So in this case, to use this as an example, Councillor Dillon, just indulging. So we did this vote, and this would go, what I'm understanding what you would like, this would go to some database. For example, this vote would go sort of electronically to a database where a resident sometime tonight, getting home after work, goes into his website, can check how did Councillor Dillon vote on this issue, and it would bling, bling, bling.
You're so free.
It doesn't say what the issue was.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can identify, we can name a vote. It just doesn't show up on the screen.
Sure.
But we take one vote for every motion. And to your point about the access to this, this is still, the official record are the minutes of the committee.
Sure.
So it'll be incorporated into the minutes as it is right now, regardless of the method of recorded voting. And then it will not be put on the city's website until those minutes have been considered. until
Understandably,
it's the
but just
official
to
record.
understand, I
Yes.
think conceptually, that's what
Yes.
Councillor Dillon was
That's
trying to
correct.
raise, is the access and I guess the transparency for the residents. Thank you very much for this. This was indulging as we go on to our next item. Councillor Gibson.
It's a procedure bylaw right now. I mean, if a show of hands and 6 people vote, it carries, the rest are against. What happens with this?
The system is designed so we identify who's present when a vote occurs. So if a member is here and they do not vote, push a button, just as they don't stand up, it is recorded in the negative as per our procedure bylaw. So if by chance we were to take this vote and Councillor Gibson, you were not here, I would take you off the list so your vote wouldn't count because you're physically not
Now,
here.
what if I was here and I didn't push a button?
Then you would be shown as voting in the negative. And that's the council's procedure bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. As we move on to now 10.3, Mayor Jeffrey on regional governance.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, it's 10.2. No, but we have an unidentifiable individual.
That would be
Oh, that's correct. So it's 10.2. 10.2, yes.
Okay, now it's on. Thank you. So I asked that this item be put on our agenda because last week there was a discussion at Regional Council with regards to governance. Councillor Miles raised the issue, and I think it was the next day, the Regional Governance Task Force met. That afternoon. And Councillor Miles came and another councillor from Caledon attended. We spoke with the facilitators who have been retained by the region. And I wanted to have a conversation with council here today because I believe that we need to have a formal position on this particular issue, primarily because the consultation or the facilitation that's ongoing right now is asking us very specific questions. And so I have had an informal conversation with the regional councillors who were present last week, but I wanted to have a formal conversation here. So my position from the beginning has been that we need representation by population, because at the moment we, I think, have a significant variance between regional councillors from Caledon and from Mississauga, and there's no trigger for us to change the rep by population currently. We're living with the recommendations put forward by Justice Adams, and we have currently the City of Mississauga talking about becoming independent. So currently we have, I received some information about what Janice Baker, the CAO at the City of Mississauga, and the governance team in Mississauga have decided, and I wanted you to know what their direction is to their staff. And right now, their recommendation is that the size of regional council should not expand beyond 24 seats. That no one municipality should have a majority of the votes at regional council. And lastly, that they should move closer to and not further away representation by population. So they have a very specific set of criteria that are going to guide their facilitation on a go-forward basis. This conversation must happen here, and we need to have a position. My guess is our position as a council likely won't change from what it was in the previous council, but I don't want to anticipate that there are no changes without speaking to you, and I believe it's important that our city councillors be part of that conversation, because ultimately I believe everybody at this table should be part of the region. And right now we have apples and oranges at the region because we have Caledon and Brampton with people who don't sit at both tables, and we don't have, in my mind, the right number of people sitting around the table. And so I wanted to raise it here. I believe it should come to our next council meeting, but I'm going to rely on perhaps Mr. Simmons giving us some sense of when the city's position could be formalized. I don't know if we need to have another council. Can we bring, so my question is, can we bring council's previous position and ratify it at our next council meeting so that we have a position for me to take to any future meetings with the consultants? And I want to make sure that all of the regional councillors who are going to be interviewed individually by the consultant team to have the same message too, so that we're consistent and singing from the same hymn book.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in consultation with the clerk, staff would be quite prepared to bring or provide to this council the information necessary to take that position to regional council, and we can bring that to you for this council as early as next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do our best to put it in the materials that go out to you, but please bear with us if we don't provide that to you until Monday or so, but we'll get it to you so that you can digest it, have the conversation. But as you indicated, Madam Mayor, all indications are that you're going forward with a very similar position in the previous council.
Thank you. And just let me remind my colleagues before that there's going to be a staff report, and we'll be able to articulate our official position. So just before we get into putting our positions out there, we'll have the opportunity next week. So if we can just keep that in mind. And that's me indirectly trying to say, let's stay focused on the agenda. Councillor Gibson.
So what I'd like staff to look at too is what some of the other regions do. Because part of the issue that we've always had at the region is that if we went from a true representation by population, Caledon would barely get one. So, but I understand places like Niagara, their region, they only have one, I think, one case or maybe two in a 30-member council. So I'd like to know how that works as far as each municipality having to, because where it really affects us at the region is that in committees and a council, for instance, I don't know how they do it at Niagara if they only have two council members there from, I don't know, Fort Erie, and they both are sick. Does that mean they can't have a meeting? I can't see that happening. So there must be something that allows them to do what, and I don't know about the other regions, or maybe other regions that are in the same position, but we've always thought at our region that we couldn't put Caledon down to one or two people because we wouldn't be able to have committees, we wouldn't be able to have meetings if they weren't there. So I'd like staff to check into that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we'll do what we can for next week, but if memory serves me, Madam Mayor, part of the direction to the consultants that were in attendance at that meeting last week was to bring back to that group, that task force, additional information about other regions, how they're structured, including how they arrive at selecting a regional chair, because they are different. But I'm concerned about the amount of time we have in getting that information, as you were referring to, Councillor Gibson, for next week. Unless
if it's not next week, then whatever. But we need to.
We can certainly get it to you.
Yeah.
But I think if I'm reading this correctly, the critical piece is to get a position from this council, so that it's clear at regional council where you stand. The background on what happens in other regions, other municipalities, we can follow up with that kind of information.
I think if I can, that information to me is critical because as we go forward with representation by population, which I think is the way to go, if other regions are able to do it with only one or two members of council from one municipality, why wouldn't we be able to? Why do we need 5? Is it 5 from Caledon? Yeah. We've always said, we can't knock the Caledon people off because we can't function. Well, other people are doing it by the looks of things. And I've just thought about this in the last couple of days because I've always thought they weren't doing it, but apparently they are. So I like that information to come back, at least in some form, maybe not as thorough as we can get it in a week, but.
We'll certainly bring, through you, Mr. Chairman, we'll bring back what we can as quickly as we can. A quick review of the background material that we provided a couple of years ago when the Regional Representation Task Force was put together. It may be embedded there. We'll find it and we'll get to you whatever we can as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Conselho. Councillor Miles.
I'd like to know what the rep by population numbers would mean, because if we take the position rep by population, does that mean that all members of council would then be regional councillors? I'm not sure if our numbers are such yet that would equate to that, and I would hate to see us go through ward boundary realignments twice, so I don't know what that number is. And the other thing is I don't know if the position that we took 3 years ago, was at the expense of Caledon. I think it was just dealing with Brampton. So I know Mississauga.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to help with that one, the report to council back in October of 2013 did speak to what this council's position would be. My quick read on this is that it didn't reference or deal with that being at the expense of another municipality. No. It was that all members of council would be sitting on regional council. So didn't delve into how it might be accomplished with others inside this region.
Yeah, because can anybody tell me off the top of their head what Mississauga's population is today?
You want to know, I can give you some numbers.
Yeah, that, I know those.
I know, but this is a ballpark.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to jump in?
Sure, please, Mayor Jeffrey.
Okay, so we have we got a document on Peel Regional Governance Task Force, and we had some orientation. So the population numbers they're only showing are 2011, and right now, Mississauga is 1 to 59. That's their ratio seats.
Yeah.
And Miss Brampton is 1 to 74.
Yeah.
Caledon is 1 to 11.
Yeah. But does it have the total pop?
Sorry?
Does it have the total population numbers beside it?
It's saying Mississauga is 713, 445, Brampton's 523, 910, and Caledon's 59,460 people. So at the end of the day, we're going to outstrip Mississauga based on our projections, and if we don't get this number right soon, we've already been constrained and, in my opinion, disadvantaged over the last 10 years by the numbers. So what I would tell you is, the other thing I didn't share with you with regards to what Mississauga has been directed to do, but they've directed their staff to prepare a terms of reference for a study to review the benefits and costs of Mississauga becoming a single-tier city versus the status quo. So there is a conversation going on in Mississauga that is going to have an impact, certainly on Peel, and if we don't get our ducks in a row pretty darn fast, we're going to be disadvantaged. One of the things that the city manager in Mississauga recommended in the course of the conversation with the consultant was that she did not want ward boundary realignment to be part of this conversation because it would be additional work for their staff. So I'm going to say that ideally we wouldn't want to entertain that exercise right now, but if we don't get the number right and we don't end up with a formula that we can live with now and long into the future, we're going to have somebody else deciding Brampton's future. And we have been unable to, in my mind, properly, fairly represent our population with the current formula. So I agree with Mr. Simmons. We cannot possibly get some of the details that council would like to have in order to have that most robust conversation. We need to go into these conversations now with a position, and we will provide additional information as it becomes available. You absolutely should have it. I'll ensure you do. But next week, we really do have to collectively speak with one voice.
Okay, so with that, I think I still have the floor, and with the numbers that we're working without. If we did bring the message rep by population, that would not put all members of Brampton Council at the region. So I think that the position we've had in the past is that all members of Brampton Council, based on our ward system and our growth, should be at regional council with the same governance structure as Mississauga. Should be easily supportable by all members of council. But because we're looking at a population differential of 200,000, it would mean we would not have everyone there based on population, and we don't want that message going forward.
Well, I think again,
So-
thank you, Councillor Miles. I just think again, the acting CEO, well, thank you very much, Councillor Pelletier. So I think, acting CEO will take, I think, those considerations that are raised by Councillor Miles in terms of what would be the impact of our numbers.
Mr. Medeiros, you did cut me off.
Oh, my
And I just
apologies.
wanted to be clear. I'm doing my interview tomorrow.
Okay.
So I don't have a week, and I don't know how many others are being interviewed tomorrow. So if we're asking for consistent, so we're going to delay the whole process then, and we were
Don't worry about it.
talking
I'd
about...
rather get it right. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
But don't feel any obligation to participate without having as many facts as you need. I want you to go in prepared.
Who all is being interviewed tomorrow? Just me? Everybody, you all have a list.
Yeah, we just did.
Yes, you received a schedule twice. You received it a couple of weeks ago, before our last regional council meeting, and you've received one today. It did. It had a time.
No, it had time, Gail, but it wasn't, sorry, Mr. Chair, but it wasn't confirmed
Yeah.
with us. I sent it to my staff to say,
Oh, I
can I make
see.
it?
You didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Well, I just assumed that I had to do what I was told.
They're assuming we're doing nothing.
Okay.
So, are you finished, Councillor Miles, or?
Yeah, I was just wanting to...
Thank you very much. Are we good? Councillor no longer? Okay, so acting CEO, I think we're clear on direction then. We'll try to get that information as fast as possible. And I guess if any councillor has any question or any thought, some good points brought up by Councillor Miles, they can forward it to our acting CEO, and I guess their office will be trying to tabulate and get some information. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. And staff is fully aware of how important this issue is. It's been on the radar for several years. Critical piece right now is to be very clear at Regional Council what the position of this council is. And that is best informed by having plenty of information. There are new members of council here that may not have seen those background reports that we'd provided a couple of years ago, and so we'll get that stuff to you as quickly as possible. But I think the scheduling those interviews with the consultants, of course, they're important. However, I think more important is that this council have a unified position and where to go and what to do and how you want it to go. So if that requires a couple of extra weeks, then so be it. We understand that there are timelines associated with that consultant's work, but I don't think this council should be living to those timelines. I think what you should be living to is exactly what you want to see as the outcome and stay firm on it going forward. So we'll get you that information, and we will continue to have this dialogue, and I think it may be something that is worth having on the agendas at committees like this in the weeks ahead.
And just lastly, I would suggest also if we can liaise with City of Mississauga, just to ensure what came out of that meeting. I know the mayor gave us some information, but I'm sure the CAO's offices can further do some digging. Councillor Paleshi, yes?
Just to that, I'd like to know if there was, if they voted on this, the councillors, and if it was a recorded vote, what the numbers were.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, can't tell at the moment based on the correspondence. It's strictly from the city manager, so we'll do some digging and find out what that really was, and whether they tabulated or pressed buttons. We're not entirely sure, but we'll provide that information when we give it to council.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as we go on to our next items, I believe we're at 11, so there's no referred motions. Regional Council business, there's nothing. Sorry? Oh, my apologies. Oh, my notes. Yes, Ms. Mountain and Ms. McCollum, if you can. I believe there's committees, yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. We're pleased to be here to present you with an overview of 3 regional meetings taking place tomorrow: the Peel Housing Corporation Board of Directors meeting, the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, and the Procedure Bylaw Review meeting. So more detailed briefing notes on these agendas were circulated to you yesterday, so we're just going to be very brief in our overview. So the first meeting is that of the Peel Housing Corporation, and the first report on this agenda provides an overview of the findings from Peel Living's Client Satisfaction Survey, which was administered from June to September of last year, and receipt of that report is recommended. There's also a report on the Peel Housing Corporation's procurement activity from July 1st to December 31st, 2015, for which receipt is also recommended. And the final report on this agenda outlines a recommended new affordable internet service partnership between Rogers Communications and Peel Living through Rogers Connected for Success program. This would offer Peel Living tenants a $9.99 a month internet service, and approval of this report is recommended. As well, the Board of Directors can look forward to a business update from the corporation's general manager, and receipt of that presentation is also recommended. Moving on to the Audit and Risk Committee, there are 2 delegations. The first one is regarding the presentation of the 2014 Government Finance Officers Association Canadian Award for financial reporting to corporate finance staff. And the second presents an overview of the proposed Conservation Authority's climate change budget risk methodology. There is also a report following this delegation on the same material, and approval is recommended. There's also a report on the 2015 fraud information, which provides an overview of the rollout and monitoring of the region's fraud prevention training program, and notes the significant decrease in the number of occupational fraud allegations made in 2015, for which receipt is recommended. There's also an information audit on the results of the TransHelp operation, or an information report on the TransHelp operational audit. And there's also an information report on the results of the scheduled standby duty in public health audit. Receipt for both of these is recommended. And the final meeting of the day is the Procedure Bylaw Review Committee. And it's important to note that this is the first meeting of this committee, and the agenda will begin with the election of the chair and the vice chair. And there are 2 reports. The first provides a recommended terms of reference for the committee, for which approval is recommended. And the second is an information report, which provides the committee with options for undertaking the comprehensive review of the Region's procedure bylaw. And the options for discussion include review of the previously proposed changes to this bylaw or review of the bylaw in its entirety. And receipt of this report is recommended. So that concludes the overview. And at this point, Michelle and I would be happy to take any questions or delve into finding any more information on any of these items at your pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Miles.
Procedural Bylaw Committee from Brampton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is yourself, Councillor Miles, and Councillor Moore.
You know why, right? Thank you.
I suggest we propose electronic voting. Is there any further questions, comments? No? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give yourselves a good week. A motion to receive the reports or the verbal update moved by Councillor Fortini. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We go on to councillor question period. Are there any questions on matters pertaining to corporate service matters? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of days ago, I was talking to somebody whose husband worked. I better wait for Mr. Simmons. A couple of days ago, I was contacted by somebody whose husband worked for contracts for snow clearing for City of Mississauga, and was told that the City of Mississauga canceled or stopped some of their agreements for snow clearing a couple of weeks ago because spring was here. And then we all know what happened in the last few days. So they're in a bit of a pickle down there because a lot of their contractors aren't there now. And then this morning the reason I'm asking it here is this morning I got an email from somebody who says they drove by the works yard and the works yard's full of our trucks, nobody out there on the roads clearing the snow. So my question, I guess, is did we do the same thing? Have we got anybody out there now sanding, salting, clearing the snow? Or do we know?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, don't have that answer at my fingertips. We can get you something within the next day.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there.
Maybe I can help. As far as I understand, our current contract with the snow plowing company, we have various contracts with various sizes of company. It's a 7-year contract. Our operation period usually runs until middle of April. And our roads operations staff, they strategically stagger some of those contracts. Some are finished April the 4th, some are 8th, and we have the last contract for the operation period finished April the 10th. So if the weather does not cooperate, I believe the operation staff will still have the ability to call on these contracts until the 10th.
Okay.
That's great.
Well, this person said that the trucks aren't out there. We're not out there in the snow, so do we have any trucks? I guess you guys don't know why. Do we have any trucks out there now? Are they out there today? Are they out there in this blizzard that we were having while we're on here? Okay, maybe, I guess you probably can't answer that right now, can you?
Could we get it through you, or acting CEO, if we can get maybe an email update, just answering that, sent to all council, just an update on the question put forth by Councillor Gibson. That would be
Through Mr. Chair, can do. I'll speak with Mr. Patushka and give you some
Thanks.
information.
I would have brought this up earlier had I known, but we didn't know until today.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. We go to the public question period. Okay, there's no public. So if we go to closed session, so I have the time at 4:25. I'm suggesting a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 4:35. Is that fine with everybody? Sorry?
Sounds good.
Oh, so we have items 18.1 put forth by Councillor Palashi regarding an unidentified individual, and the same thing 8.2 by Councillor Fortini. Okay.
Motion to recess.
So motion to recess, Councillor Dillon. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Yes. So it's 4:25. So at 4:35.
No, we didn't.
He told me 10 minutes, like emotional. Jealous.
The golf man, look at this guy. I'm going to take you fishing.
I've got it, and I'll send it to you. Just so you know. I've got that incorporated.
You know about other two, isn't because every once in a while, you don't know how long it could be. So usually Steve leaves it on because he will come back in here to the meeting. And then one of the maintenance guys, the project guys, turns on, or we can push it. We push in buttons to set stop the system. You have to turn off stuff there, right?
Yeah. I can wait around. How long do you?
I don't know, that's short, you know, could be 10 minutes, it could be an hour.
I'll wait around.
If you have to go, or if you want to go.
I can go to properties.
Yeah, ask them if somebody.
The streaming though.
Same with the stream.
You want that to keep going?
Yeah, I think we usually do.
Yeah, last night
there's nobody there, but.
Yeah, last time you had me, you're gonna keep it going because you were recording or something.
Yeah. One day we like it so that we can push pause or something, and then when we come back, we can turn back.
I'm not let's do it myself, but it's just that's how it would happen, right? That would be the avenue before it happened.
Not very much, because I see they're taking their books. We're logging off.
Okay, no worries, Peter,
So I
that's
think
fine.
we'll be okay.
Thank you.
But we're coming back
Yeah.
eventually. We just don't know when. Can you hand me that? I don't think. That's mine. Yeah, I can take that if you can hand me this one.
City Clerk, do you want to report?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there were 2 items in closed session, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, and no direction was given specifically in terms of a vote on the first, and direction was given on the second. But
okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor Willens, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
I have...
Or tomorrow.